Hey friends, tonight we're diving into something surprisingly timeless, heartbreak. Specifically, how the ancient Stoics handled being cheated on. Because yes, even in togas and sandals people still broke each other's hearts. But instead of rage or revenge, the Stoics turned to philosophy. They believed emotions could be acknowledged without being controlled by them. That betrayal, while painful, was part of life's greater training ground. So before you get comfy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you enjoy the production we provide here on the daily. Also, please let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you, as we love reaching all ends of the earth. Now dim your lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's see where this story takes us, shall we? Picture this. You're living in ancient Rome, around 50 AD. You've got your toga pressed, your sandals polished, and you think life is pretty good. Then you discover your spouse has been spending their afternoons with someone else, and suddenly your carefully ordered world feels about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, if you were just any regular Roman citizen, you might have done what most people did back then. Maybe thrown some pottery, started a public shouting match, or plotted some elaborate revenge involving questionable seafood left in strategic locations. But you're different. You've been studying this new philosophy called Stoicism, and you're about to find out whether all those hours spent reading Epictetus were worth it. The Stoics proposed the radical notion that you could master your reaction to betrayal. The betrayal itself had already occurred, likely while you were occupied with rearranging your collection of scrolls, but your reaction, that was entirely up to you. And the issue wasn't just theoretical philosophy class nonsense. These were practical people dealing with real problems, just like you are right now, thousands of years later. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his days running an empire and his nights writing what essentially amounted to diary entries about not losing his mind, understood the circumstances better than most. He knew that people would do what they wanted, no matter what you wanted or expected. Your spouse choosing to be unfaithful wasn't really about you controlling them. It was about you controlling you. Taking a deep breath and asking yourself a simple question: what exactly can you control in this situation? Is the first thing a Stoic would advise. You can't control what your partner did yesterday. You can't control whether they'll do it again. You cannot influence the actions of your partner from yesterday, nor can you determine if they will repeat those actions. Additionally, you have no control over whether the individual with whom they were unfaithful possesses more appealing hair than you. However, you do have the power to decide how you will think about the situation, how you will respond, and what actions you will take moving forward. This may seem almost overly simplistic, but the Stoics held a strong belief in the value of straightforward truths. But you can control your thoughts, reactions, and next steps. These principles might sound almost ridiculously simple, but the Stoics were big believers in simple truths. They figured that most of human suffering came from trying to control things that were completely outside our influence, while ignoring the things that were actually within our power. It's like spending all your energy trying to change the weather while forgetting to grab an umbrella. Seneca, another famous Stoic who had plenty of experience with life's unexpected curveballs, would probably remind you that betrayal hurts precisely because we had expectations about how other people should behave. We create these elaborate mental contracts with the people in our lives, unspoken agreements about loyalty, honesty, and not sneaking around behind our backs. When someone breaks that contract, we feel violated not just by their actions, but also by the shattering of our assumptions about how the world should work. But here's where it gets interesting. The Stoics would suggest that those expectations were the real problem all along. It's not that your desire for faithfulness and honesty was incorrect. Those are entirely valid desires. Rather, it's because you mistakenly believed that your strong desire for faithfulness and honesty could ensure their fulfillment. So there you are, standing in your Roman villa or your modern apartment, holding the pieces of what you thought was your life, and some ancient philosopher is essentially telling you that this moment, this exact moment of discovering betrayal, is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to practice the most important skill any human can develop, the ability to respond rather than simply react. You know what's amusing about finding out you've been cheated on? Your brain immediately starts working overtime, like a detective who's had way too much coffee and is convinced they're about to crack the case of the century. You start remembering every little detail, how they seemed distracted last Tuesday, why they suddenly needed to work late on Fridays, and what that weird smile meant when they looked at their phone. Your mind becomes this relentless investigation machine, And honestly, it's exhausting. The ancient Stoics would have recognized this mental spiral immediately. The ancient Stoics referred to this mental spiral as getting carried away by your initial impressions, and they offered some surprisingly practical advice for addressing it. Epictetus, who understood a thing or two about life not going according to plan, would suggest starting by separating facts from the stories you tell yourself about those facts. Here's what he meant. The fact is that your partner was unfaithful. That's it. That's the actual event that happened in the world. But then your mind starts adding layers to this fact. Stories about what it means about you, about your worth, about your future, about whether you're attractive enough or interesting enough, or whether you should have seen it coming. What do all those additions mean? Those aren't facts. These are interpretations, and interpretations are something you can effectively work with. This does not imply that one should disregard the pain or minimize the significance of betrayal. The Stoics weren't advocating for becoming emotionally numb. They were way too smart for that. They understood that pain is a natural human response to loss and disappointment, but they also understood the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens when something undesirable occurs. Suffering occurs when you take that pain and amplify it with narratives about how terrible everything is, how things will never improve, and how this validates all your deepest fears about yourself. Marcus Aurelius used to write himself little reminders about this distinction. He'd note that when something unpleasant happened, he had a choice. He could experience it as just that one unpleasant thing, or he could let it contaminate everything else in his life. Getting cheated on could be one of the worst things that happened, or it could prove that love is impossible, that you're unlovable, that you can't trust anyone, and that you should just get 17 cats and give up on human relationships. The Stoics were also surprisingly practical about the whole others are going to do what other people do thing. They weren't naive about human nature. Seneca, who lived through some pretty dramatic political times and saw plenty of betrayal up close, wrote extensively about how people often act out of their pain, confusion, or weakness rather than out of some calculated desire to hurt you specifically. This view doesn't lessen the pain or justify the betrayal, but it does take you out of the centre of someone else's bad choices. Maybe your partner cheated because they're going through something you don't understand. Maybe they cheated because they never learned healthy ways to resolve problems in relationships. Maybe they cheated because they're fundamentally selfish or scared, or they just make really poor choices when they're feeling overwhelmed. These reasons don't justify the betrayal, but they do lessen its impact on your humanity. And that's vital, as infidelity can make you doubt everything about yourself. The Stoics would remind you that someone else's poor choices are information about them, not about you. The really revolutionary part of Stoic thinking is how they approach the whole question of what you deserve from other people. Most of us operate with the underlying assumption that if we're good partners, loyal, loving and supportive, then we've somehow earned the right to be treated the same way in return. The universe owes us faithfulness because we've been faithful. But the Stoics would gently suggest that this entire framework is based on a misunderstanding of how the world actually works. Even the best partner can be betrayed. This isn't due to your deservingness or inadequacy, but rather because individuals possess their own free will, intricate inner lives, and the ability to make dreadful choices. Let's clarify that acceptance does not equate to being a doormat. This principle is probably one of the most misunderstood aspects of Stoic philosophy, and it's particularly important when you're dealing with betrayal. When Epictetus talked about accepting what you cannot control, he wasn't suggesting that you should just smile and nod when someone treats you badly. He was emphasizing a more practical point. Resisting reality is a futile struggle that depletes your energy and leaves you feeling helpless. But how do you accept reality? That's actually the first step toward figuring out what you can do about your situation. Think about it this way. As long as you're spending all your mental energy being outraged that this thing happened, trying to figure out how to make it not happen, or spinning elaborate fantasies about what you should have done differently to prevent it, you're not available to deal with what's actually in front of you right now. You resemble an individual standing in the rain, shaking your fist at the clouds and insisting that they cease being wet, rather than seeking shelter or obtaining an umbrella. The Stoics understood that acceptance is actually a form of power. When you accept that your partner cheated, not that it was okay, not that you have to like it, but simply that it happened and you can't change the fact that it happened, suddenly you free up all that energy you were using to fight reality. and now you can use that energy for something useful, like figuring out what you want to do next. This is where the Stoic approach gets intriguing, because they were big believers in focusing on the future rather than the past. Marcus Aurelius used to remind himself that he couldn't change what happened yesterday, but he had complete control over what he chose to do today. And when you're dealing with infidelity, this perspective can be liberating. You can't make your partner not have cheated, but you can decide whether you want to try to work things out or end the relationship. You can't control whether they'll be faithful in the future, but you can decide what your boundaries are and what you're willing to accept going forward. You can't erase the hurt and betrayal you're feeling, but you can choose how to process your feelings and what to learn about yourself and your relationships. The Stoics were also remarkably practical about the whole forgiveness question. They didn't think you owed anyone forgiveness, especially not on someone else's timeline, but they did understand that carrying around anger and resentment is exhausting and ultimately self-destructive. Seneca wrote about how anger is like picking up a hot coal to throw at someone else. You're the one who receives burned. This doesn't mean you have to forgive and forget and pretend nothing happened. It means that at some point, for your own well-being, you might choose to let go of the anger, not because the person who hurt you deserves it, but because you deserve to not carry around that burden anymore. It's less about them and more about you reclaiming your peace of mind. The ancient Stoics also had some modern insights about self-worth. They understood that basing your sense of value on how other people treat you is essentially giving other people control over your emotional well-being. If your worth depends on your partner being faithful, then their infidelity doesn't just betray the relationship, it attacks your fundamental sense of self. But what if your worth was based on something more stable? What if it was based on your character, your values, your choices, and your growth as a person? What if it was based on how you treat others, how you handle difficulties, and how you show up in the world? These are all things that belong to you, regardless of what anyone else does or doesn't do. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave before becoming a philosopher, understood better than most that other people might control your circumstances, but they couldn't control your character unless you let them. Your partner's betrayal might change your relationship status, but it doesn't have to change who you are or what you're capable of or what you deserve in life. Here's something the Stoics understood that we're still figuring out today. Emotions are a lot more like weather than we usually admit. Emotions fluctuate in frequency and intensity, and attempting direct control is akin to attempting to halt the rain. Just as you can learn to read weather patterns and prepare for storms, you can also learn to work with your emotions instead of being completely at their mercy. When you first discover infidelity, the emotional storm is usually pretty intense. You might feel angry one minute, devastated the next, then maybe numb and furious again. If you're anything like most people, you probably also feel guilty about feeling so many different things. Shouldn't you just be angry? Or just be sad? Why are you cycling through emotions like you're trying on different outfits? The Stoics would tell you that this emotional chaos is completely normal and actually kind of useful information. Epictetus taught that emotions are signals. They tell you something about how you're interpreting what's happening to you. Your anger might be telling you that an important boundary was crossed. Your sadness might be telling you that you've lost something that mattered to you. Your fear might be telling you that you're worried about what comes next. None of these emotions are wrong or bad. They're just information. The issue arises when you either let them make all your decisions or try to shut them down. The Stoic approach is more like being a weather forecaster for your own inner climate. You observe what's happening, you acknowledge it, and then you make conscious choices about how you want to respond. Marcus Aurelius used to practice this kind of emotional observation. He'd notice when he was feeling frustrated or disappointed or hurt, and instead of immediately reacting, he'd pause and ask himself what story he was telling about the situation. Was he making it worse by adding layers of interpretation? Was he catastrophizing about the future? Was he taking someone else's behaviour more personally than he needed to? Such behaviour doesn't mean you should talk yourself out of legitimate feelings. When someone betrays you, it's understandable to feel hurt and angry. But there's a difference between feeling hurt and angry, and deciding that being hurt and angry means your life is ruined and you'll never be happy again, and you should probably start collecting ceramic cats and become suspicious of everyone you meet for the rest of your life. The Stoics were particularly adept at distinguishing between what they called first impressions and judgments. Your first impression when you discover infidelity might be something like, "This is terrible and painful." That's a pretty accurate first impression. But then your mind might add judgments like, this means I'm not lovable, or this proves that all relationships are doomed, or I should have known better. Those judgments are where you have some choice. You can examine them, question them, and decide whether they're actually beneficial or true. Maybe the betrayal does indicate some problems with this particular relationship, but does it really prove that all relationships are doomed? You may wish you had seen some red flags, but does that mean you should have known better, or just that your partner got good at hiding things? Seneca wrote about this process as being like a judge in your own mental court. You can listen to all the different arguments your mind presents, the prosecutor who insists that this proves you're fundamentally flawed, the defense attorney who argues that none of this is your fault, and the witness who just wants to go over every detail again and again. But ultimately, you get to decide which arguments are convincing and which ones are just your pain and fear talks. This Stoic approach truly liberates you by restoring your control over your emotional life. You're not just a victim of whatever feelings happen to wash over you. You're an active participant in deciding what these feelings mean and how much power you want to exercise them over your choices. You know what's weird about major life crises? They have this uncomfortable way of showing you who you actually are underneath all the roles you play and the image you try to maintain. When your world becomes turned upside down by betrayal, all your usual coping mechanisms and social masks tend to fall away, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. The Stoics actually thought that such vulnerability was one of the most valuable things about difficult experiences. Epictetus used to tell his students that every challenge was an opportunity to practice virtue. He did this not in a preachy or sanctimonious manner, but rather in a practical sense. When everything is going well, it's easy to think you're patient, forgiving, resilient, and wise. But when someone you love betrays you, that's when you find out what you're actually made of. And more importantly, that's when you begin to decide who you want to become. The Stoics identified 4 main virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These weren't abstract ideals floating around in some philosophical cloud. They were practical skills you could develop through practice, especially during difficult times. And dealing with infidelity, it turns out, provides you opportunities to practice all 4. Wisdom involves seeing situations clearly, without the distortion of wishful thinking or catastrophic fear. When you've experienced infidelity, wisdom requires you to be truthful about the events without exaggerating or downplaying them. It means recognizing the difference between what you know for sure and what you're assuming. It means acknowledging your feelings without letting them completely cloud your judgment. Justice, in the Stoic sense, wasn't about revenge or punishment. It was about treating people fairly, including yourself. Justice means holding your partner accountable for their choices without turning them into a cartoon villain. It means protecting yourself from further harm without unnecessarily inflicting it on others. It means being fair to yourself about what you deserve and what you're willing to accept. Courage doesn't just mean being brave in the face of physical danger. It means being willing to face difficult truths, to have hard conversations, and to make changes that scare you. When you discover infidelity, courage might mean confronting your partner even though you're afraid of what you might learn. It might mean ending a relationship even though you're terrified of being alone. It may involve remaining in the relationship and striving to resolve issues despite uncertainties regarding your ability to trust once more. Temperance is about moderation and self-control. It's probably the most relevant virtue when you're dealing with the intense emotions that come with betrayal. Temperance means feeling your anger without letting it consume you. It means acknowledging your hurt without drowning in self-pity. It involves taking care of yourself without completely shutting down or going completely out of control. Marcus Aurelius used to write about how every difficult situation was like a training ground for these virtues. He'd remind himself that he couldn't control what other people did, but he could control whether he responded with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And the more he practiced these responses, the stronger his qualities became. This perspective can be incredibly empowering when you're dealing with infidelity. Rather than viewing yourself as merely a victim of someone else's poor decisions, you can perceive yourself as an individual undergoing a comprehensive education in essential life skills. You're learning how to maintain your integrity under pressure. You're learning how to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. You're learning how to take care of yourself while still treating others with basic human decency. The Stoics also recognise that character development involves more than just persevering through challenging times. It's about consciously choosing to use those challenging times as opportunities to become the kind of person you want to be. Every time you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of just reacting emotionally, you're strengthening your capacity for thoughtful responses. Every time you choose self-care over self-destruction, you're building your ability to take care of yourself. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or that you won't make mistakes. The Stoics were compassionate about human imperfection. They understood that developing wisdom and virtue is a lifelong process, and that setbacks and failures are part of that process. What matters isn't being flawless, it's being committed to learning and growing from whatever life throws at you. There's something almost magical about perspective, how the same situation can look completely different depending on how far back you step, and how much of the bigger picture you can see. The ancient Stoics were masters of this kind of mental zooming out, and they applied it to everything, including heartbreak and betrayal. Marcus Aurelius, who had plenty of experience with both personal loss and the broader challenges of human existence, used to practice what we might call the view from above. He'd imagine looking at his problems from a great height, first from across the city, then from high above the earth, and finally from the perspective of years, decades, or even centuries. He aimed to contextualize his problems, not to downplay his pain or deny their significance. When you're in the immediate aftermath of discovering infidelity, everything feels enormous and permanent. The hurt feels like it will never end. The anger feels justified and necessary. The whole situation feels like it defines everything about your life and your future. But the Stoics would gently encourage you to experiment with different time perspectives. What if you imagined looking back at this situation from 5 years in the future? What would matter most to you then? The fact that this painful thing happened, or how you chose to handle it? What would you want to tell your current self about getting through this period? What would you be proud of yourself for doing or not doing? Or what if you zoomed out even further and imagined the view from the end of your life? When you're old and looking back, how much of your life story will this betrayal take up? What other chapters will there be? What will you have learned? How will this difficult experience have contributed to your growth as a person? This isn't about minimizing the real pain you're experiencing right now. It's about remembering that this moment, however intense and overwhelming it feels, is just one in a much larger life. The Stoics understood that we suffer more when we lose perspective, when we let one painful experience eclipse everything else about our existence. Seneca wrote extensively about the temporary nature of all human experiences, both good and bad. He'd remind himself that periods of happiness don't last forever, but neither do periods of pain. Everything passes. Everything changes. The acute agony you feel right after discovering betrayal will not feel the same 6 months from now, even if the situation hasn't resolved completely. The Stoics also had a sophisticated understanding of how relationships work over time. They understood that people change, that love itself changes, and that expecting any relationship to remain exactly the same forever is unrealistic. This understanding doesn't excuse betrayal or suggest that you should accept poor treatment, but it does suggest that maybe some of our suffering around relationship problems comes from unrealistic expectations about permanence and control. Consider this. You are likely not the same individual you were at the onset of your relationship. You've grown, changed, learned new things, developed new interests, and maybe even discovered parts of yourself you didn't know existed. Your partner has probably changed too. Sometimes people change in compatible ways, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes people change in ways that make them better partners, and sometimes they change in ways that make them worse partners. The Stoic approach would be to acknowledge these changes without necessarily taking them personally. It is possible that your partner's infidelity reflects changes they have undergone or challenges they are facing. Maybe it says something about problems in your relationship that neither of you knew how to address directly. Maybe it doesn't say anything particularly meaningful about you at all. This perspective can be oddly freeing. You can view the betrayal as information about where things stand right now, rather than as proof of some fundamental flaw in yourself, your relationship, or love in general. And right now is just one point, not a permanent verdict on your worth or your future. The Stoics were also realistic about the fact that some relationships simply run their course. It's not because someone committed a heinous act or love faltered, but rather because individuals and situations undergo transformations that render the continuation of a relationship more detrimental than beneficial. Sometimes betrayal is a symptom of a relationship that has already ended emotionally, even if nobody has been willing to admit it yet. You may think the ancient Stoics had useful insights on betrayal, but you may also wonder how to apply this to your own situation. The beautiful thing about Stoic philosophy is that it was always meant to be practical, not just intellectual ideas to contemplate, but actual techniques you could use in daily life. The Stoics developed what they called spiritual exercises, regular practices designed to train your mind the same way you might train your body. These weren't religious or mystical practices, but practical mental habits that could help you respond to difficult situations with more wisdom, courage, and peace of mind. One of the most fundamental practices is what Epictetus called the dichotomy of control. Every morning, or whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, you can take a few minutes to sort your concerns into two categories: things you can control and things you can't control. When you're dealing with infidelity, your approach might look like acknowledging that you can't control what your partner did, what they're feeling now, or what they'll choose to do in the future, but you can choose how to care for yourself, set boundaries, converse, and interpret events. Another useful practice is what Marcus Aurelius called objective representation, trying to see situations as clearly as possible without the emotional colouring that can make everything seem worse than it actually is. Instead of thinking my life is ruined, you might practice thinking my partner was unfaithful and I'm feeling hurt and angry about it. Instead of saying, I'll never be able to trust anyone again, you might think, right now I'm having trouble trusting, and that makes sense given what I've just learned. The Stoics also practice something we might call negative visualization, not to make themselves miserable, but to build resilience and gratitude. Imagine what it would be like if the relationship ended completely. Instead of persuading yourself that the relationship should end, you should reassure yourself that you could endure it if it did. Often, when we're terrified of a particular outcome, half of our suffering comes from the fear itself rather than the actual situation. Seneca recommended keeping what he called a philosophical journal, a regular practice of writing about your experiences and examining your thoughts and reactions. When you're dealing with betrayal, writing can help you sort through the complicated mix of feelings and thoughts that tend to swirl around in your head. You might write about what happened, how you're feeling, what you're afraid of, what you're learning, and what you want to do next. The key to all of these practices is consistency rather than perfection. You don't have to become a perfectly wise, calm, rational person overnight. You just have to be willing to practice responding thoughtfully rather than just reacting emotionally. And every time you choose to pause and think before you act, every time you focus on what you can control rather than what you can't, and every time you treat yourself and others with basic decency despite being hurt, you're strengthening those mental muscles. The ancient Stoics understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. Wisdom isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you develop through practice, especially through practicing during difficult times. Your current situation, painful as it is actually an opportunity to develop some of the most valuable life skills there are. The ability to stay grounded during a crisis, to make good decisions under pressure, to maintain your integrity when you've been wronged, and to take care of yourself while still treating others with compassion. These skills will serve you well beyond your current relationship drama. They'll help you navigate future challenges with more confidence and less suffering. They'll help you build better relationships because you'll know better what you need and what you're willing to give. They will assist you in cultivating self-trust, as you will recognize your ability to manage whatever challenges life presents. The Stoics believed that the goal of philosophy wasn't to eliminate all problems from life. That would be impossible and probably boring anyway. The goal was to develop the inner resources to meet whatever problems arise with wisdom, courage, and grace. In that sense, dealing with betrayal isn't just about getting through a difficult time. It's about becoming the kind of person who can get through difficult times, and maybe even grow stronger in the process. So as you drift deeper into sleep, friends, remember that anything can happen in life. Always be prepared for what's to come. If you're still struggling to snooze, don't worry. I have some other stories placed here accordingly to help you rest if you're still awake. Sweet dreams, and as always, sleep tight and good night. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari. amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobunaga, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke up short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognised their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticised heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritising technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defence pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognised that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong castle defences, especially the imposing Inabeyama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabeyama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its lustre, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilising Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding shoguns and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernizing general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognised him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image. Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered. For centuries, Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armour, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai forward de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernisation, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimized his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognized that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narratives contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner, could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits, magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly: formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honnoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralise wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalised his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realised in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Jahan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our old border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. It is time, Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, as France bleeds, the king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles. I am a girl who cannot read, I answered. I've never held a sword. Yet you will lead armies, Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. You were chosen before birth, Margaret added, not for your knowledge, but for your heart. As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. Go to Vaucouleurs, they commanded. Speak to Robert de Baudricourt, I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. What exactly will you say to him? He finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, what God wishes me to say. Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. The Heavenly Lord has messages concerning the welfare of France, I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. Return to your father, child, he said. Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories. I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded, but I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the Chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. I have no power to bless, I told a woman who brought her feverish child. I am only a messenger. Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. You claim heaven speaks to you, he said, not bothering with a greeting. Not claims, truth. The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days. I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I was to enter his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. If the story proves true, he began. When it proves true, I corrected, you will provide me an escort to Chinon. He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my 3rd visit, he listened fully. I must dress as a man, I explained. The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue. What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and a boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Le Royer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, two of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes, curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy..." He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. "France's liberation begins with each step you take." The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. "The wind shifted," Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Jean asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. Voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials Morzin sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. "By the signs that follow," I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. "God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek. What signs have you performed?" "None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed." He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, "I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences." When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. "Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, "Remember your purpose. You are not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches." Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. "God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin." Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. "I am not the king," he protested, maintaining the charade. "I did not call you king," I answered. "You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims, as is God's will." The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. "If you truly come from God," he said quietly, "tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal." I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. "You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen, your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you." Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude, that I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. "Perhaps," I replied evenly, "but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognise disguised kings?" During these weeks of examination I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. "Time slips away," Michael warned. "France's heart weakens with each passing day." I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. "The maid makes bold claims," he told Charles within my hearing, "yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear." "Prophecies may be cheap," I countered, "but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom." Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. "There is a sword meant for me," I explained to Charles, "buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time." Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria, and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it. When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. Having doubts? Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. No doubts, I answered silently. It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back. The path narrows before you, she acknowledged, but remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan. I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear, but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire and Etienne de Vignoles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies. Avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumber David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury. The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. The English threatened fire, I whispered to the darkness of my tent. All human flesh fears flames, Margaret answered compassionately. But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path. On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Bouchy, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that the first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. "Less than fear hurts this city," I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. "They attack the eastern gate," he stated without preamble. "Now!" I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. "What happens?" she asked. "Eastern gate," was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. Fighting has begun. Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against St. Loup, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. "Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us?" I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. "Forward! God has delivered them into our hands." The battle turned. By evening, St. Loup had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen. Yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. "Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger?" I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. "Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless?" Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognised the changing mood among troops. "We sought only to spare you the technical details," he offered diplomatically. "Spare me nothing," I countered. "I was not sent to be spared, but to lead." The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding, pain that exceeded the original injury. Wine, I gasped afterward. Just a little. Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. No, I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour. Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glassdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? Both, Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not to pipe them. Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and, against all rational expectation, delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? Both, Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not to pipe them. Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault. Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the Archbishop, received sacred anointing from the Holy Ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the Archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. "Now God's work is accomplished," I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. "You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth." Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. "Grant tax exemption to Dom Remy," I requested instead. "My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage." This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented: silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Reims on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisors favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orléans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. "I am not a saint," I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. "I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself." "Yet God chose you," she countered. "That distinction itself makes you extraordinary." This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule, but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense, but contradicted the voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence. Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The Maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child king Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage, I warned Charles. The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay. The voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. Paris must not remain in enemy hands, Margaret insisted during prayer. The city's liberation will break English resolve completely. Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his counsellor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that heaven would provide necessary advantage. God will blind their gunners, I promised troops assembled for the assault. Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart. The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialise. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. Why was Paris denied to us when Orleans was granted? The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. "The maid accomplished what God sent her to do," he explained smoothly. "Orléans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery." "You speak for heaven now," I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. "The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil." Charles regarded me with a complex emotion. Gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. "France's restoration will require years, not months," he said gently. "Even heaven must recognise earthly limitations." This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimise his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, Viro," came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered the direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voices' insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. the drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my civ, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. Trust only heaven, not changeable men, Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandone, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. I am worth more alive for ransom than dead, I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialise. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of Heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended? I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints. News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognising my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented, divine sanction for Charles's rule, and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison rather than ecclesiastical custody, normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. Why does heaven permit such treatment? I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. What purpose does this suffering serve? Remember Christ before Pilate, Margaret answered. Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it. The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace? Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. If I am not, may God put me there, I replied, after a moment's thought. If I am, may God keep me there. This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character. Less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. "Will I burn?" I asked directly during one night's prayer. "The body is temporary," Catherine answered gently. "What matters is truth maintained until the end." On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity, despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen's streets toward the old marketplace, where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. Jesus! I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins. The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges. Yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orléans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orléans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me." In 1907, on a warm spring day, Janet Waterford entered a world that had yet to imagine her possibilities, while the Wright brothers were still perfecting their flying machines, and powered flight was a novelty for daredevils and dreamers. Born in Griffin, Georgia, to parents who had witnessed the tail end of Reconstruction, Janet arrived during an era when black Americans were fighting for basic respect and dignity, let alone the freedom to soar through the skies. The conventional narratives about Janet often begin with her nursing career, or jump straight to her aviation accomplishments. But what shaped the woman who would challenge both racial and gender boundaries in American aviation? The answer lies partly in the intellectual atmosphere of her childhood home, where her father, an architect and builder, instilled in her not just the confidence to pursue education, but a fundamental understanding of structural integrity, balance, and design, concepts that would later serve her well in aviation. Janet's mother, a seamstress whose deft fingers crafted garments that transformed their wearers, demonstrated daily how precision and attention to detail could elevate the mundane to the extraordinary. Between them, they created a household where Janet learned that buildings could rise and fabric could flow into new forms with the application of knowledge and skill. When the Waterford family relocated to Chicago during Janet's youth, they joined the wave of black Americans participating in the Great Migration. However, unlike many families who were forced north by economic desperation or violent persecution, the Waterfords moved with relative privilege and preparation. This distinction rarely appears in summaries of Janet's life, yet it provided her with a crucial foundation. She arrived in Chicago not as a refugee, but as a young woman with resources and family support, poised to take advantage of urban educational opportunities. At Wendell Phillips High School, Janet distinguished herself not through extraordinary academic performance, as many biographical sketches suggest, but through her unusual combination of interests. While her female classmates focused on domestic sciences or teaching, Janet gravitated toward the mechanical drawing classes dominated by boys. She didn't merely participate, she questioned the instructors about the mechanics of engines and structural stability, connecting these concepts to her father's work. After graduation, Janet made what appeared to be a conventional choice for a young black woman of her era: nursing school. Yet her selection of this path reveals something more calculated than conformity. Nursing represented one of the few professional fields open to black women that offered both financial stability and social respect. The Provident Hospital School of Nursing, where Janet enrolled, had been founded by Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, a pioneering black surgeon who performed one of the first successful heart surgeries. The institution embodied possibility within constraint, a concept Janet would later apply to her aviation career. What's often overlooked about Janet's nursing career was her specialisation in public health rather than hospital nursing. This choice placed her at the intersection of science, education, and community advocacy, requiring her to develop skills in communicating complex information and navigating bureaucracies, abilities that would prove invaluable when she later confronted the aviation establishment. By 1929, when the stock market crashed and plunged America into the Great Depression, Janet had established herself as a successful public health nurse with financial security that few Americans of any background enjoyed during this period. This economic independence gave her the freedom to pursue aviation at a moment when most people were focused on basic survival. It was during a chance trolley ride through Chicago that Janet spotted a billboard advertising flying lessons. The conventional telling suggests the event was a whimsical moment of inspiration, but considering Janet's methodical character and long-standing interest in mechanics, it's more likely this advertisement crystallized an ambition she had been contemplating for some time. When she enrolled at the Aeronautical University, Janet wasn't just following a dream, she was making a calculated investment in her future. In 1929, aviation represented the forefront of technology and opportunity, just as computing or artificial intelligence would do decades later. Janet understood that mastering flight could provide opportunities beyond what black women in pre-war America typically had. The story of Janet Bragg is not just about breaking barriers, it's about strategic navigation of a system designed to exclude people like her. Before she ever touched an aircraft control, she had already developed the psychological architecture that would allow her to persist through rejections and setbacks. Her early life wasn't just a prelude, it was preparation. When Janet Waterford Bragg joined the Aeronautical University in Chicago, she entered a world constructed for white men. The aviation industry of the early 1930s wasn't merely segregated by custom, it was designed around the assumptions of male physicality and masculine social networks. Yet Janet's approach to this environment revealed a sophistication rarely highlighted in accounts of her life. Rather than confronting the system head-on, Janet adopted what might be called strategic assimilation. She dressed impeccably for every class, arriving in professional attire that commanded respect without drawing undue attention. Her notebooks, preserved in archives, show meticulous diagrams and calculations, evidence of her determination to master not just the minimum requirements, but also the underlying principles of aerodynamics and engine mechanics. The atmosphere at Aeronautical University was complex. While some instructors and students openly questioned her presence, others exhibited a sort of bemused tolerance, the kind reserved for novelties expected to eventually disappear. What none anticipated was Janet's quiet persistence. She absorbed technical information with remarkable efficiency, often spending evenings reviewing material multiple times to ensure mastery. What's seldom discussed in accounts of Janet's aviation journey is how she managed the emotional labour of being perpetually the only one in these spaces. Her journals suggest she developed a practice of deliberate detachment, treating subtle hostility as data rather than personal assault. This psychological strategy preserved her energy for the actual work of learning to fly. The formation of the Challenger Air Pilots Association in 1931 is often presented as a straightforward response to discrimination, but the organisation's structure reveals Janet's sophisticated understanding of collective action. When she and a small group of other black aviation students found themselves unable to secure adequate flight time at white-owned airfields, they didn't merely complain, they pooled their resources to purchase land in Robbins, Illinois, and build their own airfield. This airfield, eventually named Robbins Airport, represents a remarkable example of self-determination. The construction wasn't contracted out to professionals, but undertaken by the club members themselves. Janet, drawing on knowledge gained from her father's building career, participated actively in the physical labour of clearing land and constructing basic facilities. She later remarked that this hands-on involvement gave her an intimate understanding of airfield operations that many pilots never acquired. The purchase of the club's first aircraft reveals Janet's fiscal pragmatism. Rather than selecting the newest or most impressive model, the group chose a used but reliable Taylor Cub. Janet personally contributed a significant portion of the purchase price, leveraging her nursing salary at a time when many Americans were struggling through the Depression. When this first plane proved insufficient for their growing membership, Janet again stepped forward financially, helping to secure additional aircraft. The social dynamics within the Challenger Club deserve closer examination than they typically receive. While united by racial identity and aviation interest, the members brought diverse backgrounds and motivations to the organisation. Some were primarily recreational pilots, while others, like Janet, harboured professional ambitions. As one of the few women in the group, Janet navigated gender dynamics even within this space of racial solidarity. Her approach to leadership within the club avoided dramatic pronouncements or power struggles. Instead, she established influence through consistent contribution and quiet competence. When mechanical problems arose with club aircraft, Janet often stayed after others had left, working alongside the mechanics to understand each repair. This knowledge translated into respect among her peers, who increasingly turned to her for technical advice despite gender conventions of the era. The Challenger Club became more than just an aviation organisation. It functioned as a hub for Chicago's black professional class. Doctors, lawyers, educators and entrepreneurs were drawn to the airfield to witness what their community had built. Janet understood the symbolic importance of these gatherings and helped organise regular events that showcased black achievement in advanced technology. These occasions served the dual purpose of normalising black participation in aviation and building networks of support across professional fields. What's particularly notable about Janet's involvement with the Challenger Club was her insistence on formal documentation and record keeping. She maintained detailed logs of flights, maintenance schedules, and financial transactions, creating an institutional memory that helped the organisation weather turnover in membership. This administrative diligence reflected her understanding that the club needed to operate with exceptional professionalism to withstand scrutiny from authorities constantly looking for reasons to challenge black-owned enterprises. The Challenger Air Pilots Association represented more than an opportunity for flight training. It was a laboratory for community organisation and self-reliance. Janet's contributions extended far beyond her financial investments or technical knowledge. She helped establish a model for how excluded groups could create their own infrastructure rather than waiting for integration into existing systems. When Janet took her first solo flight from the Robbins Airfield in 1934, the achievement represented not just her personal milestone, but the success of a collective strategy. The small airstrip, carved from unforgiving Illinois prairie, stood as testimony to what determination and solidarity could accomplish in the face of systemic barriers. The lessons learned at Robbins would serve Janet well as she prepared to confront even more formidable obstacles on her path to commercial certification. By 1937, Janet Bragg had accumulated hundreds of flight hours and mastered the technical aspects of aviation to a degree that exceeded the requirements for commercial pilot certification. Yet when she appeared at the examination office in Chicago, the atmosphere shifted perceptibly. The testing officer, a man who had routinely processed applications from white men with similar or lesser qualifications, suddenly became a guardian of impossibly high standards. What transpired that day has been summarised in many accounts as simple discrimination, but the mechanics of the rejection reveal something more insidious. The examiner refrained from explicitly citing her race or gender as disqualifications, as such blatant bias would have been too vulnerable to challenge. Instead, he subjected Janet to a series of increasingly technical questions about the engine components, and emergency procedures exceeded the standard examination protocol. Janet recognised the strategy. Her nursing career had taught her how systems maintain exclusion through selective application of rules rather than explicit prohibition. She answered each question with precision, drawing on the extensive technical knowledge she had accumulated not just through formal training, but through her hands-on experience maintaining aircraft at Robbins. When the oral examination failed to find her lacking, the examiner pivoted to scrutinising her paperwork, questioning the legitimacy of her flight hours because they had been accumulated at a black-owned airfield. What followed was a masterclass in measured resistance. Rather than displaying anger that would have played into stereotypes about black women, Janet calmly requested written documentation of the specific deficiencies in her application. This simple administrative request flummoxed the examiner, who had expected either acquiescence or emotional reaction. When he reluctantly provided a vague written statement citing insufficient preparation, Janet secured the documentary evidence of discriminatory treatment that would later prove valuable. The rejection in Chicago pushed Janet to develop an innovative approach to certification. Through her network of aviation contacts, she learned that examiners in different regions sometimes applied standards differently. This geographical variation in discrimination, tighter in some regions, more permeable in others, is rarely discussed in accounts of segregation. Yet understanding these patterns was crucial for those attempting to navigate the system. Janet identified Tuskegee, Alabama, as a potential alternative testing location. The presence of the Tuskegee Institute and its emerging aviation program suggested the possibility of examiners more accustomed to evaluating black applicants. This strategic forum shopping required Janet to temporarily relocate, a significant investment of time and resources that demonstrated her commitment to certification. Upon arriving in Tuskegee in 1939, Janet discovered a community engaged in its own complex negotiations around race and aviation. The civilian pilot training program, recently established by the federal government, had reluctantly included a few black institutions among its approved training centres. Tuskegee's program was developing what would later become the foundation for the famed Tuskegee Airmen of World War II. Janet's reception at Tuskegee reveals the gender dynamics that complicated her journey. The male instructors and administrators, while supportive of black advancement in aviation, carried assumptions about women's capabilities that created a different kind of barrier. When she requested access to the program's more advanced aircraft for practice before her examination, she encountered resistance based not on her race, but on her gender. With characteristic adaptability, Janet shifted her approach. Rather than directly challenging gender preconceptions, she leveraged her medical background to position herself as uniquely qualified to understand the physiological aspects of flight. She offered to conduct informal information sessions on aviation medicine for the student pilots, creating value that earned her access to aircraft and instruction time. When the day of her Tuskegee examination arrived, Janet faced an unexpected challenge. The examiner, a white man from the Civil Aeronautics Authority, required her to perform her check ride in an unfamiliar aircraft with different handling characteristics than those she had trained on. This last-minute change, not applied to male applicants tested the same day, was clearly designed to disadvantage her. The flight test turned into an exercise in precision under pressure. As Janet executed each required manoeuvre, she maintained not just technical accuracy, but a demeanour of unflappable professionalism. The examiner, visibly searching for flaws, directed her through increasingly complex manoeuvres, deviating from the standard examination protocol. When Janet successfully completed a particularly challenging landing, the frustration on the examiner's face betrayed his bias. The rejection that followed cited a single imperfect landing as justification, despite the fact that male pilots were routinely certified with similar or worse performance. What's remarkable about Janet's response was its strategic restraint. Rather than immediately protesting, she requested specific feedback on how to improve, positioning herself as a dedicated student rather than an aggrieved victim. This approach denied the examiner the satisfaction of seeing her discouraged and preserved her professional reputation within the Tuskegee aviation community. Janet's examination trials reveal something profound about how progress occurs. The conventional narrative of civil rights often focuses on dramatic confrontations and legal victories, but Janet's experience demonstrates the importance of persistent, strategic pressure at institutional boundaries. Each application, each examination, each professional interaction incrementally shifted expectations and established precedents that made the path slightly more navigable for those who would follow. Moreover, her willingness to repeatedly subject herself to evaluation, knowing the likelihood of biased rejection, required a particular kind of courage rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. This wasn't the adrenaline-fueled bravery of a single moment of protest, but the sustained emotional labour of maintaining dignity and determination in the face of systematic devaluation. The attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 transformed American society, creating opportunities for marginalized groups even as it imposed new constraints. For Janet Bragg, the war years represented not just a national crisis, but a complex reconfiguration of possibilities within aviation. As male pilots were rapidly absorbed into military service, the civilian aviation sector faced critical personnel shortages. This created opportunities previously inaccessible to women and people of colour. The Women's Air Force Service Pilots WASP program began recruiting female pilots to handle non-combat flying duties, from ferrying aircraft to training operations. Janet, with her extensive flight experience and technical knowledge, should have been an ideal candidate for the WASP program. Yet when she submitted her application in early 1942, she encountered a familiar barrier. The program, while willing to challenge gender conventions, maintained rigid racial exclusion. Throughout the program's existence, not a single black woman received acceptance. This rejection represents one of the most telling contradictions of wartime America. The nation mobilized around rhetoric of democracy and freedom while maintaining systems of segregation that undermined these very principles. For Janet, it crystallized the understanding that progress would never be granted through benevolence. It would need to be claimed through strategic persistence. Rather than allowing this setback to derail her aviation ambitions, Janet pivoted toward an area where her combined medical and aeronautical knowledge created unique value. The emerging field of aviation medicine was gaining importance as military pilots encountered physiological challenges at high altitudes and under combat stress. Janet developed a specialized knowledge base that bridged her two professional identities. She secured a position at the Howard University Medical School, where researchers were studying the physiological impacts of high-altitude flying on pilot performance. This work placed Janet at the intersection of two fields, aviation and medicine, where she could contribute meaningfully without requiring immediate acceptance as a pilot. The research had particular relevance for black pilots training at Tuskegee, who were subject to additional scrutiny regarding their physical fitness for combat flying. Accounts that solely focus on Janet's piloting achievements often overlook her work during this period, yet her contributions to aviation medicine helped establish protocols for oxygen use, recognition of hypoxia symptoms, and strategies for managing G-force effects, knowledge that benefited all pilots, regardless of race or gender. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Chicago aviation community, returning regularly to fly at Robins Airfield and mentor newer pilots in the Challenger Air Pilots Association. The wartime gasoline rationing created significant challenges for civilian recreational flying, but Janet leveraged her medical credentials to secure fuel allocations by framing her flights as essential professional development related to her aviation medicine work. This period also saw Janet develop sophisticated strategies for navigating segregated aviation facilities when travelling. She compiled what amounted to a personal green book for black pilots, a network of airfields, mechanics, and lodgings that would accommodate African American aviators. This knowledge became a valuable resource shared among the small community of black pilots who continued civilian flying during the war years. Perhaps the most significant wartime development for Janet was her persistent pursuit of commercial certification, culminating in her successful examination in 1943. The details of this achievement deserve closer examination than they typically receive. The certification occurred not because discrimination had suddenly disappeared, but because pilot shortages had become so acute that the Civil Aeronautics Authority faced pressure to utilize all qualified personnel. The examiner who finally signed off on Janet's commercial license, a man named Harold Wallum, later acknowledged that he had approached her test with heightened scrutiny, but found her performance impossible to fault. This backhanded compliment reveals much about the nature of progress. Janet didn't succeed because the system had become fair, but because she had prepared so thoroughly that even an unfair system couldn't reasonably reject her. With commercial certification secured, Janet began seeking commercial flying opportunities, only to discover that the same wartime conditions that had made certification possible also limited civilian commercial operations. Airlines were primarily engaged in military transport contracts, and their hiring remained restricted by both racial and gender barriers. Rather than waiting for these barriers to fall, Janet created her own opportunity by establishing a small aerial photography business. Using her own aircraft, she secured contracts to photograph real estate developments and construction projects from the air, providing valuable documentation for investors and insurance companies. This entrepreneurial venture allowed her to log commercial flight hours and generate income from aviation without requiring institutional acceptance from established carriers. The war years also deepened Janet's involvement with the Tuskegee Aviation Program, where she served as an informal advisor on both medical and operational matters. Her presence as a commercially certified black female pilot provided a powerful counterpoint to those who questioned black pilots' capabilities. When Tuskegee airmen returned from combat missions in Europe with distinguished records, Janet helped document and publicize their achievements, understanding the importance of making black excellence in aviation visible to both African American communities and the broader public. As the war drew to a close in 1945, Janet found herself in a transformed aviation landscape, one with new possibilities but also revived restrictions as returning white male veterans reclaimed positions throughout the industry. The strategies she had developed during the war years would prove essential as she navigated the complex terrain of post-war aviation. The immediate post-war period presented a paradoxical landscape for Janet Bragg. The same GI Bill that created unprecedented educational and economic opportunities for millions of white veterans systematically excluded many black service members, particularly in the South. The aviation industry, which had reluctantly opened some doors during wartime necessity, began reinstating exclusionary practices as white men returned to civilian life. Rather than focusing solely on her individual advancement, Janet recognised the opportunity to build institutional capacity for black participation in aviation. This period marked a shift in her approach, from proving her capabilities to creating systems that would nurture the next generation of black aviators. In 1946, Janet and several Challenger Club members established Bragg Air Service, a fixed-base operation providing aircraft maintenance, flight instruction and charter services. Located at Robbins Airfield, the business represented more than a commercial venture. It was an institution designed to normalise black presence in aviation commerce. The structure of Bragg Air Service reveals Janet's business acumen. Rather than competing directly with larger operations serving white clientele, she positioned her company to meet specialised needs within Chicago's growing black middle class. As property ownership increased among African Americans, aerial photography for insurance and development purposes created a market niche that white-owned aviation businesses rarely served effectively. Additionally, Bragg Air Service specialised in maintenance for smaller aircraft owners who often found themselves overlooked by larger service operations. Janet recruited and trained black mechanics, creating employment opportunities while building essential technical capacity within the community. Her insistence on meticulous record-keeping and certification documentation protected the business from the excessive regulatory scrutiny often applied to black-owned enterprises. What's particularly noteworthy about this period in Janet's life was her development of an informal apprenticeship system. Recognising that formal aviation training remained largely inaccessible to young black aspirants, she created structured opportunities for them to gain experience at Robbins Airfield. Young people began in ground operations, fueling aircraft, cleaning hangars, managing paperwork, while receiving incremental exposure to flight operations and maintenance procedures. Several teenagers who started sweeping the Bragg Air Service hangar eventually became licensed pilots and aviation professionals, their paths facilitated by Janet's deliberate mentorship. She understood that representation alone was insufficient. The pipeline required active development and protection. During this same period, Janet expanded her property investments, purchasing several apartment buildings in Chicago's South Side. This diversification provided financial stability that supported her aviation activities during periods when the business faced challenges. It also gave her leverage within Chicago's business community, where property ownership translated into political influence. Janet utilised this influence strategically, advocating for infrastructure improvements at Robbins Airfield and fighting against zoning changes that threatened its operation. When developers began eyeing the airfield land for residential construction in the late 1940s, Janet organised a coalition of business owners and aviation enthusiasts to protect this crucial community asset. The preservation of Robbins Airfield became a case study in community resistance to development pressures that frequently targeted black-owned spaces. Janet framed the airfield not merely as a business location, but as an educational institution and point of pride for Chicago's African-American community. This reframing helped secure political support that other black businesses often lacked. Janet's activism extended beyond local aviation concerns to national policy discussions. She became involved with the National Airmen's Association of America, an organisation advocating for integration of commercial airlines and expanded opportunities for black pilots. Her approach to advocacy reflected her nursing background, methodically documenting disparities, presenting evidence rather than accusations, and proposing specific remedies rather than general grievances. When major airlines began considering token integration in the late 1940s, Janet positioned herself as a resource for companies navigating unfamiliar territory. Rather than adopting an adversarial stance, She offered her expertise in managing the complexities of integration, drawing parallels to processes she had observed in healthcare settings. This strategic positioning allowed her to influence hiring discussions without being dismissed as merely self-interested. Simultaneously, Janet continued her own professional development, securing additional ratings and certifications that enhanced her credibility within aviation circles. She obtained instrument and multi-engine ratings, completing training at facilities that had previously excluded black pilots. Each credential she added signified not only her personal accomplishments, but also another breach in the system of segregation. By 1950, Janet had built a multifaceted career that spanned aviation, healthcare, and real estate, an unusual portfolio that provided both financial security and multiple platforms for advancing equity. What makes her approach during this period particularly instructive was her recognition that progress required both persistent individual excellence and institutional development. She understood that proving black capability was necessary but insufficient. The creation of sustaining structures was equally essential. The aviation community Janet helped build at Robbins became more than a collection of pilots and mechanics. It functioned as an educational ecosystem where knowledge circulated freely across generational and experiential boundaries. Veteran pilots mentored newcomers, mechanics shared specialized knowledge, and Janet ensured that business skills, bookkeeping, customer service, regulatory compliance were transmitted alongside technical aviation skills. This holistic approach to community capacity building represented a sophisticated response to systemic exclusion. Rather than focusing exclusively on individual achievements or symbolic firsts, Janet invested in creating an environment where black excellence in aviation could become self-sustaining and continuously regenerating. The dawn of the organised civil rights movement in the 1950s presented Janet Bragg with both new opportunities and complex choices, as public attention increasingly focused on racial discrimination. Janet found herself navigating the delicate balance between her established strategies of incremental progress and this movement's growing emphasis on direct action and visible protest. Janet's approach to civil rights advocacy was shaped by her experiences in both aviation and healthcare, fields where precision, careful preparation, and attention to detail were matters of life and death. Rather than participating in marches or demonstrations, she leveraged her professional standing to challenge discrimination through institutional channels that were often invisible to the public, but nonetheless effective in creating concrete change. In 1954, when the landmark Brown v. Board of Education decision theoretically ended segregation in the public education, Janet recognized implications for aviation training that few others identified. She immediately began compiling evidence of continuing discrimination in federally funded flight training programs, documenting instances where qualified black applicants were rejected from programs that received government support. Working through professional networks rather than public campaigns, Janet arranged meetings with Federal Aviation Administration officials to present her findings. Her presentation style was characteristically strategic, framing the issue not as moral outrage, but as regulatory non-compliance that exposed the agency to legal liability and negative publicity. This behind-the-scenes advocacy contributed to policy revisions requiring aviation training programs receiving federal funds to document their admissions decisions and demonstrate non-discrimination. While less dramatic than televised protests, these administrative changes created accountability mechanisms that gradually increased black access to professional flight training. Simultaneously, Janet maintained her connection to the Tuskegee aviation community, which was undergoing its own transition as military service opportunities expanded for black pilots following President Truman's 1948 executive order desegregating the armed forces. She developed a remarkable pattern of support for young black men entering Air Force training, creating an informal network that connected Tuskegee veterans with new recruits. This mentorship took practical forms. Janet regularly hosted gatherings where experienced pilots shared strategies for navigating military aviation culture with newcomers. These sessions addressed not just technical flying skills, but the psychological aspects of performing under the heightened scrutiny that black military aviators still faced despite formal desegregation. Janet's Chicago apartment became a way station for black pilots traveling between assignments, providing not just lodging, but a crucial sense of community and continuity in a field where isolation often compounded other challenges. This role as community anchor rarely appears in official histories, but emerges consistently in the personal reminiscences of black aviators from this period. By the late 1950s, Janet had developed a sophisticated understanding of how integration functioned in practice rather than theory. She observed that mere removal of explicit exclusionary policies rarely translated into meaningful inclusion without additional structural changes. Drawing on this insight, she began advocating for specific reforms in commercial aviation hiring, including blind initial application reviews and standardized technical assessment procedures. Janet approached United Airlines in 1958 with a proposal for revising their pilot hiring process, positioning her suggestions as improvements in merit-based selection rather than diversity initiatives. This framing, which emphasized operational excellence rather than social justice, proved effective in an industry where safety concerns could override even entrenched prejudice. While United didn't immediately implement her recommendations, the dialogue she initiated contributed to gradual reforms over subsequent years. Throughout this period, Janet maintained her multifaceted professional identity, continuing her nursing career while operating Bragg Air Service and managing her real estate investments. This diversification provided not just financial stability but multiple platforms from which to advance equity goals. When direct progress in aviation stalled, she could shift focus to healthcare integration or community development through her property holdings. As the civil rights movement gained momentum in the early 1960s, Janet faced questions about her relatively low profile in public activism. Some younger advocates criticized her incremental approach as insufficiently bold, suggesting her professional success had distanced her from the urgency of racial justice. Janet's response to such criticism revealed her strategic thinking about social change. In a 1960 speech to the Negro Airmen International Convention, she articulated what might be called a theory of specialized contribution. Not everyone can or should be on the front lines of protest. Some of us must work within systems to bring about changes from the inside. Some must build alternative structures that demonstrate what is possible. Some must document and preserve our achievements so they cannot be erased. This perspective reflected her understanding that movements require diverse tactics and multiple points of pressure to succeed. Janet wasn't opposed to direct action. She provided financial support to several civil rights organizations and opened her properties to activists needing safe accommodation during Chicago campaigns. But she recognized that her most effective contribution came through different channels. The 1963 March on Washington represented a pivotal moment in Janet's relationship with the broader civil rights movement. Though she attended the march, she participated not as an individual, but as a representative of black aviation professionals, carrying documentation of the field's racial disparities to distribute to congressional offices, while others gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. This characteristic approach, leveraging moments of high visibility to advance specific policy objectives, typified Janet's pragmatic activism. While others created essential public pressure through mass mobilization, she worked to translate that pressure into concrete regulatory and institutional changes that would outlast any single demonstration. By the mid-1960s, as the civil rights movement achieved legislative victories with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Janet turned her attention to ensuring effective implementation in aviation contexts. She developed monitoring systems to track hiring patterns at airlines and training institutions, creating accountability through data rather than relying solely on legal mandates. This period also saw Janet increase her focus on gender equity within aviation, recognizing that racial barriers were often compounded by gender discrimination. She began formally mentoring young black women interested in aviation careers, helping them navigate the distinct challenges created by the intersection of race and gender bias. Janet's navigation of the civil rights era demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how social change occurs, not just through visible moments of confrontation and legislative victories, but through persistent pressure on multiple fronts, including the unglamorous work of policy implementation and institutional reform. As Janet Bragg entered her later years, she confronted a challenge familiar to many pioneers, the risk of having her contributions minimized or forgotten, as the very barriers she helped dismantle became less visible to subsequent generations. Her response to this challenge reveals as much about her character as her earlier achievements. Rather than focusing on securing personal recognition, Janet dedicated herself to documenting the broader history of black aviation. Throughout the 1970s, she systematically collected photographs, logbooks, correspondence, and oral histories from aging members of the Challenger Air Pilots Association and other early black aviators. She conducted this archival work with the same methodical attention she had given to her nursing and flying careers. Janet understood that preservation of this history served multiple purposes. It provided validation for those who had struggled against overwhelming odds, created educational resources for young people who might otherwise assume aviation had always been accessible, and established an evidentiary record that prevented historical revisionism about when and how integration had occurred. In 1976, as the nation celebrated its bicentennial with numerous historical exhibitions and publications, Janet noticed the near-total absence of black aviators from these commemorations. Rather than merely protesting this omission, she developed a travelling exhibition titled Black Wings, featuring photographs and artefacts from her growing collection. What made this exhibition remarkable was Janet's insistence that it appear not just in traditionally black institutions, but in mainstream aviation museums and events. When the Experimental Aircraft Association initially declined to host the exhibition at its annual Air Venture gathering in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Janet didn't accept the rejection. Instead, she enlisted support from several prominent white pilots she had befriended over decades in aviation, creating the external pressure needed to reverse the decision. The exhibition's appearance at Air Venture in 1977 marked a turning point in public recognition of black contributions to aviation history. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts encountered this history for the first time, many expressing surprise at its depth and significance. Janet personally guided special tours for aviation journalists, ensuring the exhibition received coverage in the industry publications that reached audiences beyond those physically attending the event. This period also saw Janet emerge as a sought-after speaker, particularly as women's increasing entry into aviation created interest in female pioneers. Her presentations were notable not for dramatic oratory, but for their precision and evidentiary approach. Rather than telling her personal story in isolation, she consistently placed her experiences within broader historical contexts, connecting individual achievements to collective struggles for equality. In academic settings, Janet became an important primary source for researchers studying aviation history, women's history, and African American history. Her meticulous record-keeping proved invaluable to scholars who had previously struggled to document aspects of black aviation history obscured by institutional neglect and deliberate erasure. Janet's relationship with younger black aviators during this period deserves particular attention. As commercial airlines finally began hiring black pilots in meaningful numbers during the 1970s and 1980s, many sought out Janet for guidance on navigating predominantly white institutions. Her advice reflected decades of accumulated wisdom about when to challenge discrimination directly and when to focus on excellence as its form of resistance. Several pilots who would later reach senior positions at major carriers cited Janet's mentorship as crucial to their ability to persist through difficult early experiences. Her apartment in Chicago. It remained a gathering place where multiple generations of black aviation professionals could share strategies and support across experiential divides. In 1986, Janet received belated recognition from the Federal Aviation Administration with their Pioneer Award, acknowledging her contributions to American aviation. The ceremony brought together aviation officials who had once denied her opportunities with younger administrators who had benefited from the changes she helped create. This juxtaposition might have invited bitterness, but Janet approached the occasion with characteristic grace and strategic focus. She used her acceptance speech not for personal vindication, but to highlight continuing disparities in aviation access and employment. By presenting current statistics alongside historical context, she made clear that while progress had occurred, the work remained unfinished. This approach transformed what might have been merely commemorative into a call for ongoing commitment to equity. As Janet entered her 90s, she began the process of ensuring her collection would remain accessible after her lifetime. Rather than waiting for institutions to approach her, she actively researched for potential repositories, evaluating their commitment to making materials available to both scholars and community members. She ultimately divided her papers between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and the Atlanta University Center archives, creating multiple access points to this crucial history. Janet Bragg passed away in 1993 at the age of 86, having witnessed transformations in American aviation that would have seemed impossible when she took her first flight lessons in 1933. At the time of her death, black pilots commanded jumbo jets for major carriers, served as astronauts in the space program, and held leadership positions in aviation organisations that had once excluded them entirely. Yet Janet's most profound legacy may lie not in these visible markers of progress, but in the approach to change she embodied throughout her life. She demonstrated that effective advocacy requires not just courage and persistence, but strategic thinking about where and how to apply pressure. She understood that systems change through multiple mechanisms: legal challenges, policy reforms, economic leverage, cultural shifts, and individual excellence all playing necessary roles. Perhaps most importantly, Janet Bragg's life illustrates that history is not merely something that happens to people, but something they actively shape through deliberate choices and sustained commitment. She didn't simply participate in the evolution of American aviation. She helped direct its course through strategic action at key moments. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with two other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture, but there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present. a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction. Not quite disapproval, but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the 3rd floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Caroline, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal, with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. The Battle of Stalingrad began in the summer of 1942. During the height of World War II, the German army, under Adolf Hitler's command, launched a massive offensive aimed at capturing the industrial city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. Stalingrad was more than just a strategic target. It bore the name of the Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, and its capture would deal a psychological blow to the Soviet Union. For Hitler, taking Stalingrad was as much about prestige as it was about military strategy. Stalingrad was a vital industrial hub, producing weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Crucial to the Soviet war effort, its location on the Volga River made it a key transportation route linking the northern and southern regions of the Soviet Union. For Stalin, the city's defense was non-negotiable. Losing it would be both a symbolic and logistical disaster. In August 1942, the German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, began its advance on Stalingrad. The city, a sprawling industrial expanse with factories, railways, and residential areas, became the site of one of the most grueling battles in history. The Germans were initially confident of a swift victory, but the Soviet defenders, under the command of General Vasily Chuikov, were determined to resist at all costs. The fighting in Stalingrad was unlike anything the world had seen before. Urban warfare turned every street, building, and factory into a battleground. The Germans and Soviets engaged in brutal close-quarters combat, often fighting, room by room, floor by floor. The city became a labyrinth of destruction, with rubble and debris transforming entire neighbourhoods into treacherous landscapes. The Soviets adopted a strategy of hugging the German forces, staying as close as possible to avoid being targeted by German airstrikes and artillery. This forced the Germans into relentless hand-to-hand combat, draining their resources and morale. Soviet snipers, hidden in the ruins, became a deadly force, picking off German soldiers with precision. one of the most famous snipers, Vasily Zaitsev, became a symbol of Soviet resilience, his actions inspiring defenders across the city. As the weeks turned into months, the harsh Russian winter set in, adding another layer of misery to the already dire conditions. Temperatures plummeted, and both sides struggled to survive in the freezing cold. Supplies dwindled, and hunger and disease took their toll. Yet, despite the suffering, the Soviets held firm. Reinforcements and supplies continued to trickle into the city across the frozen Volga River, ensuring that the defenders could maintain their resistance. The turning point in the Battle of Stalingrad came in November 1942 with the launch of Operation Uranus. The Soviet High Command, led by General Georgy Zhukov, devised a bold counteroffensive to encircle the German Sixth Army. While the Germans just were focused on their assault within the city, the Soviets launched massive attacks on the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The plan was a success. Within days, the Soviet pincers closed around Stalingrad, trapping the German Sixth Army inside the city. What followed was a desperate struggle for survival. The encircled German forces, numbering over 300,000 men, were cut off from supplies and reinforcements. Hitler, refusing to allow a retreat, ordered Paulus to hold the city at all costs. The Luftwaffe attempted to airlift supplies to the encircled troops, but the efforts were insufficient. The soldiers inside the pocket faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet attacks. The Soviets tightened their grip on the city, systematically destroying the remaining German positions. The defenders' situation became increasingly hopeless, and morale plummeted. In January 1943, the Soviets launched their final assault to crush the pocket. By this time, Paulus and his men were exhausted, demoralized, and out of options. On February 2nd, 1943, Paulus surrendered, marking the end of the Battle of Stalingrad. The Soviet victory was a turning point in the war, shattering the myth of German invincibility and shifting the momentum in favor of the Allies. It was a devastating blow to Hitler's ambitions, and the loss of the Sixth Army was a humiliation from which Germany would never fully recover. The cost of the battle, however, was staggering. Over 2 million soldiers and civilians were killed, wounded, or captured. During the 5 months of fighting, Stalingrad itself was left in ruins, its streets and buildings reduced to rubble. The human suffering on both sides was immense, with countless families forever altered by the loss of loved ones. Despite the devastation, the Soviet victory at Stalingrad became a symbol of resilience and determination. It demonstrated the power of unity and the will to endure even the most harrowing of circumstances. The people of Stalingrad, who had endured unimaginable hardship, became heroes in the eyes of their nation. In the years following the war, Stalingrad was rebuilt, its scars serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to defend it. Monuments and memorials were erected to honor the fallen, including the iconic Mamayev Kurgan, a hill that saw some of the fiercest fighting during the battle. At its summit stands the towering statue of "The Motherland Calls," a symbol of the Soviet Union's strength and resilience. The Battle of Stalingrad remains one of the most studied and remembered events of World War II. It serves as a testament to the courage and determination of those who fought, and as a reminder of the horrors of war, the sacrifices made at Stalingrad helped shape the course of history, paving the way for the eventual Allied victory. As you drift into sleep tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength of the human spirit and the resilience that emerges in the face of adversity. Imagine the quiet, snow-covered streets of the rebuilt city, the echoes of history carried gently on the wind. Let the bravery and sacrifice of those who endured inspire a sense of gratitude and peace within you. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad did not end with the surrender of the German Sixth Army. Its aftermath rippled far beyond the frozen streets of the ruined city, shaping the course of World War II and the history of the 20th century. The Soviet victory was a turning point, not just for the Eastern Front, but for the entire Allied effort. It demonstrated the determination and resilience of the Soviet people and marked the beginning of a relentless push to drive the Axis forces out of the Soviet Union and eventually defeat them in Europe. The cost of the battle was nearly unimaginable. The casualty figures are staggering, with estimates placing the total number of dead, wounded, or missing on both sides at over 2 million. Civilians caught in the crossfire endured unimaginable suffering as the city they called home became a war zone of unthinkable destruction. Homes were destroyed, families torn apart, and lives forever altered by the relentless tide of war. For the survivors of Stalingrad, the end of the battle brought no immediate relief. The city, once a thriving industrial centre, lay in ruins. Entire neighbourhoods had been reduced to rubble, and the infrastructure was necessary for daily life, water, electricity, food supplies, was obliterated. The people of Stalingrad faced the monumental task of rebuilding their lives and their city from the ashes. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, there was a sense of pride and determination among the survivors. They had endured the unendurable and emerged victorious. The Soviet government worked swiftly to rebuild Stalingrad. The city became a symbol of resilience and sacrifice, a beacon of Soviet strength and determination. Propaganda celebrated the victory as a triumph of socialism and the indomitable spirit of the Soviet people. The rebuilding effort was immense, and though the scars of war were not easily erased, the city slowly rose from its ashes. For the German army, the defeat at Stalingrad was a catastrophe from which it would never fully recover. The loss of the Sixth Army, one of Germany's most experienced and well-equipped fighting forces, was a devastating blow. Morale among German troops on the Eastern Front plummeted, and the aura of invincibility that had surrounded the Wehrmacht since the beginning of the war was shattered. Hitler's refusal to allow a retreat, his insistence on holding Stalingrad at all costs, and the ultimate surrender of Paulus and his forces, exposed the flaws in Germany's military strategy and leadership. The Soviets capitalized on their victory at Stalingrad, launching a series of offensives that pushed the Germans further and further west. The Red Army's momentum, gained at such great cost in Stalingrad, carried them all the way to Berlin by the spring of 1945. The victory at Stalingrad was the foundation upon which the eventual Soviet triumph in World War II was built. Beyond its military significance, the Battle of Stalingrad left a profound legacy in the collective memory of the world. It became a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and the unyielding human spirit. The stories of the soldiers and civilians who endured the battle, stories of heroism, endurance, and survival, continue to resonate. Their experiences remind us of the horrors of war, the cost of conflict, and the strength of the human will to persevere. For the people of Stalingrad, their city's name became synonymous with courage and defiance. In 1961, during a wave of de-Stalinization in the Soviet Union, the city was renamed Volgograd, yet the memory of the Battle of Stalingrad remained deeply embedded in the hearts of those who lived through it and those who came after. The name Stalingrad continues to evoke the profound sacrifices made during those grueling months of battle. The battlefields of Stalingrad have since been preserved as places of remembrance and reflection. The Miermiew-Kurgan Memorial Complex, with its towering statue of the Motherland Calls, stands as a testament to the courage and sacrifice of those who fought and died there. Visitors from around the world come to walk the hallowed ground, to honour the memory of the fallen, and to reflect on the lessons of history. As we look back on the Battle of Stalingrad, it serves as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. It is a story of sacrifice and survival, of hope and determination, and of the enduring belief in the possibility of a better future. As you rest tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength that lies within us all. Imagine the quiet streets of the rebuilt city, the soft whispers of the Volga River, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who endured inspire peace and gratitude in your heart. The legacy of the Battle of Stalingrad extends beyond its historical and military significance. It has become a symbol of human endurance, the cost of war, and the hope for reconciliation. The rebuilding of Stalingrad, later renamed Volgograd, was not merely a physical endeavour, but an emotional and cultural journey. Every stone laid, every home rebuilt, was a testament to the resilience of the people who survived the horrors of war. In the aftermath of the battle, the city became a focal point for the Soviet Union's narrative of victory and sacrifice. Monuments were erected to commemorate the bravery of those who fought, such as the eternal flame that burns in memory of the fallen. The massive statue of the Motherland Calls, one of the tallest statues in the world, towers over the landscape as a powerful reminder of the battle's significance. It is not just a symbol of victory, but a tribute to the unbreakable will of the defenders and the civilians who endured unimaginable suffering. For decades, the memory of Stalingrad shaped the Soviet Union's identity and its portrayal on the global stage. The battle was celebrated in films, literature, and art, each retelling emphasizing the unity and determination of the Soviet people. The city became a pilgrimage site for veterans, their families, and historians seeking to understand the profound impact of this defining moment in history on a more personal level. The stories of those who fought and survived the battle have been passed down through generations. Veterans shared their experiences with their children and grandchildren, ensuring that the sacrifices made at Stalingrad would never be forgotten. These personal accounts, filled with both sorrow and pride, add depth to the historical narrative and remind us of the humanity behind the statistics. Globally, Stalingrad has become a symbol of resistance and perseverance. Its name is invoked in discussions of strategy, endurance, and the high cost of war for historians and military scholars. The battle offers countless lessons on tactics, leadership, and the interplay of morale and logistics for ordinary people. It stands as a reminder of what can be achieved when the human spirit refuses to yield. In recent years, efforts have been made to preserve the memory of Stalingrad while fostering a spirit of reconciliation. Memorials and museums now serve not only as places of remembrance, but also as venues for dialogue and education. They encourage visitors to reflect on the consequences of war and the importance of working toward peace. The city of Volgograd, while forever tied to its past, is also a thriving modern metropolis. Its people have rebuilt their lives and created a vibrant community that honors its history while looking to the future. The scars of the battle remain in some places, but they serve as reminders of resilience rather than destruction. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate today, reminding us of the importance of unity in the face of adversity, the necessity of standing firm for what is right, and the value of seeking peace, even in the darkest times. It teaches us that the human spirit, when fueled by determination and hope, can endure even the greatest challenges. As you settle into rest, let the story of Stalingrad fill you with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the calm, serene city of Volgograd today, its streets filled with life, its people moving forward while carrying the memory of their past. Imagine the stillness of the fields and the gentle flow of the Volga River, now a place of peace and renewal. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad is rich with details and facts that help us understand the scale of the conflict and the impact it had on the course of World War II. As we reflect further on this pivotal event, let's explore some key facts that bring its history into sharper focus. The Battle of Stalingrad lasted for 200 days. From August 23rd, 1942 to February 2nd, 1943, it is considered one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the history of warfare. The total number of casualties is estimated at over 2 million, making it one of the deadliest battles in human history. These figures include soldiers from both sides, as well as countless civilians caught in the crossfire. The German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, was one of the most formidable forces in Hitler's military. At its peak, the Sixth Army was comprised of over 300,000 soldiers. By the end of the battle, nearly 91,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, including General Paulus himself. The Soviet strategy of hugging the enemy, staying in close combat to neutralize the Germans' artillery and air superiority, played a critical role in the city's defense. This tactic turned the urban ruins of Stalingrad into a deadly maze for the German forces. Vasily Zaitsev, a Soviet sniper, became a symbol of the defenders' resilience. During the battle, he is credited with killing over 225 German soldiers, including enemy snipers, which boosted the morale of his comrades. Operation Uranus, the Soviet counteroffensive launched in November 1942, was a brilliantly executed maneuver. By attacking the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops, the Soviets were able to encircle and trap the German Sixth Army within the city. The German soldiers trapped in the encirclement known as the Kessel, or cauldron, endured horrific conditions. They faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet assaults. Supplies delivered by air were woefully inadequate, leading to widespread suffering and death. One of the defining moments of the battle was Hitler's refusal to allow Paulus to retreat or break out of the encirclement. This decision sealed the fate of the Sixth Army and marked a significant turning point within the war. When General Paulus surrendered on February 2nd, 1943, it was the first time in history that a German field marshal had been captured alive. This was a major humiliation for Hitler and a symbolic victory for the Allies. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked the beginning of a series of offensives that pushed the German forces back across Eastern Europe. It was a critical turning point that shifted the momentum of the war in favour of the Allies. The city of Stalingrad, renamed Volgograd in 1961, has become a place of remembrance. Monuments like the Mamayev Kurgan and the Motherland Calls serve as powerful tributes to those who fought and died during the battle. Despite its association with destruction and suffering, Stalingrad is also a symbol of resilience, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. Its story continues to inspire people around the world, reminding us of the importance of courage and perseverance. As you reflect on these facts, let the weights of history settle gently. In your mind, each detail, each moment of bravery, endurance, and sacrifice adds to the tapestry of this remarkable story. Imagine the quiet streets of Volgograd today, a city that has risen from the ashes of war, standing as a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. Nicolaus Copernicus did not awake each morning expecting to redefine how humanity understood the cosmos. In his youth, he was a quiet observer of everyday trade, civic gossip, and the slow turn of seasons along the Vistula River. Born in 1473 in Torun, he lived in a land humming with activity, bustling markets, occasional outbreaks of illness, and whispers of new maps from distant seas. He absorbed all of it without making grand claims or seeking quick fame. His father, a merchant of modest means, died when Copernicus was still a child. This loss shifted the boy's path, placing him under the care of his uncle, Lucas Watson Rhodes, a bishop with strong ambitions for his nephew. But it was not a cosy arrangement free from pressure. In 15th century Europe, family alliances mingled with church roles. Watson Road made sure Nicolaus gained a broad education, perhaps believing that a well-schooled clergyman could serve both faith and practical politics. By his late teens, Copernicus studied at the University of Krakow, a lively centre of scholarship. The city's streets teemed with visiting merchants who told of copper mines and foreign trade routes. Professors taught geometry side by side with astrology, half-lost Greek texts and careful reflections on the cosmos. Nicholas listened eagerly. He devoured ideas about celestial spheres and puzzling planetary orbits, tucking them away while also training in law and medicine. As a student, he displayed no wild rebellion. Instead, he showed a quiet thirst for evidence. If a notion seemed inconsistent, such as the accepted idea that the sun spun around Earth, he filed it under needs more thought. Beyond the lecture halls, Copernicus encountered a swirl of travelling scholars. Some boasted credentials from Italy or distant corners of the Holy Roman Empire. They debated the relative positions of stars, whether Mercury followed a perplexing path, and if ancient astronomers might have overlooked simpler interpretations. Many dismissed alternatives outright, clinging to the comfort of tradition. But Copernicus felt a tug toward re-examination. Observing the sky with primitive instruments, he noted patterns that didn't align perfectly with existing models. He completed his basic studies in Krakow, then ventured beyond Poland's borders. Italy beckoned, with universities in Bologna and Padua promising more specialised knowledge. There, he immersed himself in the revival of Greek and Roman thought. He pored over manuscripts in dimly lit libraries, fascinated by calculations from centuries past. He also studied canon law, fulfilling family expectations that he build a solid ecclesiastical career. But when evenings came, he would slip outside and look heavenward, measuring angles between stars or charting planetary positions. Each observation hinted that Earth might be in motion, though he dared not announce such a claim prematurely. Although Copernicus was devout and respectful of the Church's authority, he had a careful mind. He saw how theological and political forces shaped knowledge. If a new idea threatened established beliefs, it might be scorned before it was tested. He acquired the skill of patience. Gradually, he compiled observations, he refined calculations taken from Greek sources, then combined them with modern star charts. Quietly, the shape of a new model emerged: Earth, in motion around a sun that commanded the centre of the system. Yet even these thoughts were incomplete. He lacked perfect instruments and recognised that the mathematics required further refinement. By the time he returned to his homeland to serve as a canon at Frombork Cathedral, Copernicus had developed an approach that blended caution with an innovation. In Frombork, he managed administrative tasks, financial matters, and community disputes, skills that gave him a grounding in practical life. Still, late at night, he observed the skies through tiny windows in the tower. Using rudimentary tools, he tested angles, compared them with references, and revised his growing manuscript. Few neighbours knew the depth of his curiosity. He did not proclaim that the earth moved, or that centuries of teaching were flawed. Instead, he continued to gather data, revise charts, and refine his emerging theory. He weighed the risk. To challenge the geocentric worldview was to question scriptural interpretations, academic tradition, and the power structures that shaped them. But the puzzle of planetary movement drew him forward, urging him toward a more convincing explanation. By the dawn of a new century, Copernicus's notebooks were rich with diagrams that contradicted accepted dogma. The seeds of a revolution were sown, even if they still rested in unspoken form, in the mind of a humble canon quietly scribbling in a remote corner of Europe. In secret letters to close colleagues, he hinted at his suspicions but held back his conclusions. By the early 16th century, Frombork was more than a spot on the Baltic coast. Its cathedral, perched above windswept waters, housed Copernicus in his role as canon. Here, he balanced church governance with private questions about planetary motion. Though smaller than Krakow or Bologna, Frombork offered something precious: quiet, steady hours for research. Europe was tense with talk of religious reform. Rumours of upheaval swept through ports, reaching Frombork in whispered fragments. Copernicus saw the risks of challenging official doctrine. If he declared Earth's movement, he might face condemnation. So, he worked cautiously, measuring the sky with simple instruments each night. His notes revealed that the sun, not Earth, likely held the centre. During the day, he managed church finances and mediated local problems. Officials admired his precision and calm. When currency troubles arose, he designed measures to stabilise coinage, bolstering his reputation as a logical thinker. Such behaviour helped mask his rhetorical astronomy. The more respect he garnered for practical solutions, the safer he felt exploring unorthodox ideas in private. Still, he remained torn. In an age where the Church shaped much of scientific understanding, proposing a heliocentric system was risky. Scripture seemed to confirm Earth's central place. Copernicus grasped that mathematical evidence alone might not sway those who believed questioning geocentrism was akin to heresy. He exchanged guarded letters with scholars, sharing parts of his data but rarely revealing the full extent of his model. Frombork's quiet aided his patience. He tracked planetary paths across months and years. Errors in existing models grew too large to ignore. The orbits, once force-fit to Ptolemy's system, made sense when the sun sat in the middle. Copernicus refined these insights in drafts he showed only to trusted friends. He feared the backlash if word spread prematurely. Meanwhile, the Reformation simmered in Europe. People questioned church authority on many fronts. The old structures were weakening. Copernicus observed that the pervasive uncertainty could potentially foster new ideas, but it also heightened the likelihood of severe retaliation if these ideas contradicted deeply held beliefs. He watched how daring thinkers risked exile or worse, yet some found pockets of support, suggesting that a revolution in astronomy might eventually find acceptance. By the mid-1510s, his notebooks held a skeleton of the heliocentric model. Earth spun and circled the Sun, joined by the other planets, yet he refused to publish a major treatise. He insisted on checking every calculation. Observational evidence had to be beyond reproach. Church superiors recognized his diligence and seldom pried into his nighttime research. They assumed he was honing church-related expertise, not drafting a cosmic shift. His life looked ordinary. He ate modest meals, cared for ill colleagues, and attended to canonical duties with unwavering focus. But once darkness fell, he scaled the cathedral tower to observe the planets. He aligned homemade instruments to gauge Jupiter's position, or noted how Venus vanished behind the sun's glare at times inconsistent with geocentrism. In the hush of the tower, he felt the weight of discovery, tempered by the knowledge that revealing it too soon could endanger him. This period also tested his resolve. Persistent calculations sometimes contradicted his earlier assumptions, forcing him to correct or refine his diagrams. Yet each setback nudged him toward a more robust framework. He realized that Ptolemy's centuries-old design no longer held up under meticulous scrutiny. If Earth truly revolved, it explained the irregular motion so many had labored to reconcile. The data whispered the ancient edifice of belief was cracking. In 1514, he drafted a concise outline called the Commentariolus. It circulated among a small circle, generating muted intrigue. Copernicus valued their feedback, which helped him hone his equations. He kept his tone measured, presenting heliocentrism as a hypothesis rather than a challenge to authority. He saw that acceptance depended on evidence, not strident proclamations, and so he persisted, day after day. He would read economic reports in the morning and engage in stargazing at night, constantly refining his observations. The locals viewed him as a prudent canon, never suspecting that his observations could unsettle the very foundation of cosmic order. Yet, in that remote corner of the Baltic, he gathered the pieces for a grand puzzle that would, in time, upend humanity's view of itself. By the end of this phase, his confidence had grown. The numbers spoke clearly to him, even if he kept them hidden from public debate. While Europe's religious tensions escalated, Copernicus quietly solidified his theory. He saw potential allies in a future shaped by fresh perspectives. By the 1520s, Europe's religious landscape was in upheaval. Martin Luther's Reformation challenged long-standing church authority, fueling tension across nations. Against this backdrop, Copernicus quietly refined his heliocentric theory. At Frombork, he juggled ecclesiastical duties with clandestine astronomical pursuits. Aware that a misstep could brand him a heretic, he shared star charts and observations through letters to scholars in Italy and Germany. Although some recognized that Ptolemaic geocentrism seemed forced, open endorsement of Earth's motion was risky. Copernicus tested each new data point. measuring planetary positions with homemade instruments. With each alignment, the sun-centered approach gained credibility, but proclaiming it publicly might trigger condemnation. The diocese entrusted him with greater responsibilities. He resolved financial disputes, attended synods, and occasionally travelled. Everywhere he went, he saw how Luther's ideas shook old pillars of authority. Quietly, he noted parallels to the cosmic debate. If Europe's spiritual core could be questioned, perhaps its astronomical beliefs might also be challenged. Still, caution prevailed. He wrote in Latin, making his drafts less accessible to the uninitiated. He tested retrograde motion under the new model, confirmed that Earth's rotation explained day and night, and that seasonal changes fit a planet circling the sun. He was building a rigorous, cohesive argument. Yet rumours spread that Copernicus harboured unorthodox views. Aware that unrefined manuscripts circulated without his permission, he worried about critics who might seize on incomplete data. Despite these fears, he found encouragement in quiet corners. Trusted colleagues marvelled at how neatly the theory explained planetary wanderings. Others, fearful themselves, advised him to hold back until Europe's religious confusion abated. He heeded that counsel, but he kept gathering observations. Night after night, he charted angles and times, refining calculations. He felt certain that Earth's motion was not just plausible, it was likely true. One of his challenges lay in reconciling scripture with a moving Earth. Many clerics took biblical phrases as literal proof of geocentrism. Copernicus believed the Bible employed everyday language, not strict cosmic geometry. He chose his words carefully, asserting that a sun-centered system needn't undermine faith. Privately, he wished for a church open to nature's revelations, but he recognized the risk of alienation if he pushed too hard. By the mid-1520s, Europe's political shifts touched him personally. He helped local officials with coin reforms, an effort that drew upon his mathematical precision. This success bolstered his standing as a practical problem solver, indirectly shielding him from suspicion. Yet church officials sometimes hinted that he should remain within traditional boundaries. They valued his service but seemed uneasy about whispers of cosmic novelties. His progress on the manuscript advanced. The geometry no longer relied on clunky epicycles. Heliocentrism explained phenomena more directly, with fewer forced corrections. He tested Mercury's orbit, verifying that its swift revolutions made sense in the new scheme. He noted how Venus's phases and brightness variations supported a sun-centered perspective. These observations, though rudimentary by modern standards, were groundbreaking. As Europe's religious conflicts intensified, Copernicus reflected on timing. Should he reveal his findings before the Church fully stabilized? He feared that any radical claim might be conflated with Lutheran heresies. He remained loyal to Catholicism, seeing no reason why a more accurate cosmic map should threaten spiritual truths. Yet he knew that misunderstandings abounded, and dogmatic zeal could swiftly erupt into persecution. By the late 1520s, he had assembled a near-complete draft. He called it De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. He circulated sections to close confidants, soliciting feedback on calculations or clarity. A few suggested releasing it soon, hoping Europe's thirst for new knowledge might outweigh theological resistance. Others counselled patience, warning that the times were too volatile. Copernicus weighed both sides. He recognised that the Reformation had shattered old certainties. Perhaps the moment was ripe for new truths. However, the consequences of open defiance were significant. He decided to continue polishing the manuscript, ensuring that no detail was left unverified. In the event of condemnation, the evidence would undoubtedly bear witness. Meanwhile, life at Frombock proceeded with routine. He oversaw funds, settled disputes, and tended to the occasional patient. By night, he ascended the tower to observe the stars. They remained serenely predictable, orbiting the sun in patterns his mathematics could describe. This harmony sustained him, even as Europe's politics churned unpredictably. He remained resolute. Soon, he would finalize his cosmic blueprint. Copernicus was on the verge of a significant discovery. Years of painstaking work had reinforced an idea once unthinkable. Earth was neither the cosmic pivot nor immovable. In the hush of his study, he refined equations that could uproot centuries of belief. Yet for now, he kept them close, awaiting an opening in history's storm that might allow the light of his discovery to shine without calamity. Copernicus continued his delicate balance as the 1530s approached. Europe's religious turbulence showed no sign of easing, and he sensed that caution remained critical. Yet, with each passing year, his manuscript neared completion, the pages revealing a coherent system in which Earth, once deemed the universe's anchor, now shared the heavens with planets spinning around the sun. Quietly, he refined details that nagged at him. Because Mars seemed to be moving backwards, it needed extra care because its path showed there was a better way to solve the problem than the geocentric mess of spheres and epicycles. By focusing on Mars and Venus, planets whose orbits came closest to Earth, he strengthened the numerical backbone of his claim. His devotion to precision occasionally bordered on obsession, but this meticulousness, he believed, was the only shield against accusations of error. Frombork's daily routines persisted. In the cathedral's records, his signature appears on financial ledgers and property documents. He participated in church synods, debated currency standards, and offered medical consultations to fellow clerics. Despite his responsibilities, he was always fascinated by geometry and star charts. At times, he found it ironic that a man so deeply entrenched in the church's official structure was assembling a radical concept that could unseat centuries-old dogma. Yet Copernicus did not see himself as a rebel. He was not out to undermine faith, merely to rectify what he viewed as a flawed cosmology. The impetus behind his work was neither vanity nor rebellion, but a quest for a truer understanding of creation. If God had set the sun at the centre, then acknowledging that truth honoured, rather than defied, divine order. In these years, a handful of younger scholars began seeking him out. They heard whispers that an unassuming canon in a Baltic outpost was building a staggering new celestial framework. One such visitor was a bright mathematician who journeyed north, risking poor roads and uncertain lodgings, just to glimpse Copernicus's calculations. Though the older man was reserved, he recognised genuine curiosity in these guests, and sometimes shared glimpses of his evolving model. He stressed that it was still in flux, cautioning them not to spread half-formed theories that critics could easily dismantle. Occasionally, word of Copernicus's ideas made its way to academics in larger cities. Some expressed scepticism. They pointed to centuries of authority backing Earth's fixed position, or they raised theological concerns about dislodging humanity from the cosmic centre. Others quietly cheered him on, intrigued by reports that his geometry matched observations more neatly than Ptolemy's. This division in response only heightened his sense that timing would be everything. One challenge he faced was how to present his findings. The written text was dense, filled with geometry and astronomical tables. It would not be a casual read for the untrained. That was intentional. Copernicus believed that if his argument stood against theological scrutiny, it must first appear airtight to mathematicians. Once the mathematical skeleton was unassailable, he hoped reason would triumph, persuading even skeptics who feared contradiction with scripture. Still, he had lingering doubts about reception. Europe was in disarray, local skirmishes erupted over doctrines that now seemed fluid, and the threat of political entanglement loomed. When he read news of harsh punishments for dissenters, he wondered whether his cosmic theory might be lumped in with dangerous heresies. Yet he pressed on, guided by an inner conviction that the simpler explanation of planetary motion must eventually prevail. Between editing sessions, he still took time to observe the heavens. Nightly vigils were a source of comfort for him even in his 50s. The glimmer of Saturn, or the brightness of Jupiter, reassured him that the sky did not bend to human quarrels. It followed laws that beckoned to be understood. Inside Frombork's walls, Copernicus's outward life appeared unchanged. He was a dutiful canon, a measured official, and an occasionally stern caretaker of church affairs. Only a trusted few knew how deeply he wrestled with the final touches of his magnum opus. Some nights, by lamplight, he rearranged entire paragraphs, seeking a more precise way to describe planetary paths. Small errors had no place in a claim this bold. As the decade progressed, letters trickled in from scholars who'd glimpsed parts of his manuscript. Many urged him to publish. His seclusion, they argued, only delayed a necessary debate. Yet the swirling uncertainty in Europe gave him pause. He suspected that once his book was out, there would be no turning back. For now, he clung to a cautious optimism. Perhaps a new era would dawn, one open to re-evaluating ancient truths. In that hope, he saw the faint glow of a future shaped by calculation and observation. The dawn of the 1540s brought Copernicus an unexpected visitor, Georg Joachim Rheticus, a young mathematician from Wittenberg. Rheticus had heard the rumours. An ageing canon in distant Warmia was challenging the cosmos itself. Curious and bold, Rheticus travelled north to see if the stories were true. Upon arrival, he found Copernicus at his desk, surrounded by geometric diagrams, half-finished manuscripts, and star charts pinned to walls. Their initial conversation was guarded. Copernicus, ever wary, questioned Rheticus's motives. Was this gentleman a genuine scholar or a spy, sent by critics seeking ammunition against him? But Rheticus displayed both admiration and a profound knowledge of mathematics. Before long, trust replaced suspicion. The younger man pored over Copernicus's notes, impressed by the clarity with which heliocentrism solved planetary riddles. Retrograde motion, awkward epicycles, and the wandering paths of Venus and Mars became far more comprehensible in a sun-centered layout. Encouraged by Rheticus's enthusiasm, Copernicus cautiously shared more details. He explained how decades of observations pointed to the same conclusion. Earth was a planet orbiting the sun, spinning on its axis to create day and night. Rheticus, astonished, urged him to publish. If even a fraction of these calculations were accurate, the world needed to know. Copernicus hesitated. Europe's religious situation remained volatile. One misinterpretation of his work could see him branded a heretic. Still, Rheticus persisted. He offered to write a preliminary treatise showcasing the core arguments, a trial balloon to gauge reaction. Copernicus consented, handing over relevant tables and diagrams. Rheticus composed the Narratio Prima, describing heliocentrism in readable form. Circulated in scholarly circles, it sparked a mix of curiosity, praise, and alarm. Some lauded the elegant math, others bristled at dethroning Earth. The Church kept silent for the moment, perhaps not fully grasping the implications or too busy handling other controversies. Buoyed by the reaction, Rheticus urged Copernicus to finalise De Revolutionibus. He argued that reason and observation were on their side. If the book laid out each calculation thoroughly, it could withstand even hostile scrutiny. In private, Copernicus felt he was facing a pivotal moment. He had dedicated most of his adult life to this theory. If he died with the manuscript unpublished, all that effort might fade into obscurity, yet to publish was to risk condemnation. Even as he wrestled with these choices, life in Frombork marched forward. He oversaw church revenues, patched up administrative loopholes, and sometimes practiced medicine for local residents. Rheticus stayed for months, assisting with computations and clarifying textual passages. Their collaboration proved fruitful. Where Copernicus's Latin explanations felt dense, Rheticus suggested simpler wording. Where Rheticus hurried, Copernicus insisted on double-checking each figure. In time, the manuscript became more coherent and approachable. Rumours of this partnership spread, and some scholars travelled north to witness the synergy. They debated planetary speeds and elliptical hints. Though neither man realised it fully at the time, their exchange of ideas foreshadowed future scientific endeavours where collaboration would push boundaries of knowledge. Yet clouds of doubt hovered. Not everyone was ready for a world lacking Earth's cosmic privilege. Meanwhile, Copernicus received letters from distant colleagues warning him of potential backlash. A few devout theologians insisted that Scripture unequivocally placed Earth at the centre. Another faction, less tied to literal interpretations, expressed intrigue at the possibility of reconciling a moving Earth with God's grand design. In these missives, Copernicus saw both risk and hope. Divisions among intellectuals mirrored the broader rift fracturing Christendom. Increasingly, he leaned on Rheticus for counsel. The younger man advocated transparency, convinced that a well-argued treatise would find defenders among Europe's scholars. This optimism heartened Copernicus, though he remained wary. To reassure his friend, and perhaps himself, he invoked the principle that truth, grounded in measurable phenomena, should endure. If the sun truly lay at the centre, no condemnation could erase the geometry proving it. Yet, as they rechecked tables and refined the text, Copernicus's health began to wane. Long hours at his desk, combined with the stress of potential controversy, weighed on him. Still, he pressed forward. In quiet corners of the cathedral complex, he paced, mentally rehearsing how to defend his findings if challenged. With each revision, De Revolutionibus solidified into a structured argument, geometry and observation intertwined, forming a fortress of logic. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Rheticus suggested printing the manuscript. Copernicus reluctantly agreed, provided he could oversee the final stages to ensure accuracy. He wanted no sensationalism, no grandstanding. The data would provide sufficient evidence. A moving Earth wasn't just an opinion, it was a conclusion drawn from decades of meticulous inquiry. By the early 1540s, Copernicus was on the verge of publication. The quiet scholar who once hid his notes now inched toward revealing them. Europe might recoil or rejoice. He could not predict. But with Rheticus at his side, he felt less alone. The momentum was unstoppable. A swirl of ink-stained pages, fresh calculations, and cautious excitement gathered force. Soon, the world would learn of a cosmic shift that carried as much poetic wonder as it did sober mathematics. By 1542, Copernicus's manuscript was nearly ready for the printer, yet he fretted over every line. Even after Rheticus departed from Bork to handle affairs elsewhere, they continued exchanging letters. The younger scholar reported progress in securing a printing arrangement in Nuremberg, a city known for scholarly works. Although pleased, Copernicus also felt a pang of anxiety. Handing his life's labour to a printer meant relinquishing control over its reception. He braced himself for potential fallout. Whispers among clerics suggested that a harsh reaction could come from those who read the Bible's celestial references as literal scientific statements. And yet, the same hush also contained flickers of curiosity. Many churchmen with an interest in astronomy had privately acknowledged that the intricacies of Ptolemaic astronomy challenged their credibility. Perhaps, in time, a new system, if persuasively presented, might find acceptance. Before sending the final draft to Nuremberg, Copernicus added finishing touches, refined planetary tables, a preface in measured tones, and clear proofs of each claim. He took solace in Rheticus's vow to oversee aspects of the publication, but as he sealed the last packet of manuscripts, he could not quell a tremor of apprehension. There was no telling how Europe, embroiled in Protestant Catholic tensions, would react to an idea that seemed to rewrite creation's script. In the printing shop, trouble stirred. Andreas Osiander, a Lutheran theologian and mathematician, was enlisted to help with the publication process. Osiander, without Copernicus's direct approval, affixed a preface suggesting that we should treat the new model as a mere hypothesis, not a literal truth. Intent on shielding Copernicus from persecution, or so he claimed, Osiander's note implied that the heliocentric arrangement was just a convenient way to calculate planetary positions. This ambivalence grated on those who knew Copernicus's genuine conviction. Rheticus, furious at the alteration, sought to rectify matters, but the printing presses were already in motion. Copies of De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium rolled out, some with Osiander's unauthorized preface front and centre. When word of this reached Copernicus in Frombork, he was too ill to mount a vigorous protest. Age and sickness had caught up with him. Friends noted that his once methodical pace of life now faltered as he confronted persistent fatigue and bouts of confusion. Still, his resolve did not break. He had done what he set out to do, placed the Earth in motion and the Sun in the centre, with rigorous math to back it. In spirit, he rejected Osiander's suggestion that it was mere theory. For Copernicus, careful observation and calculation had laid bare the architecture of the cosmos. His only regret was losing a measure of control over how the public first encountered his opus. As the printed volumes began their slow dissemination across Europe, the initial response was muted. Many readers found the text too dense to pass quickly. Some scholars examined the tables and geometry, intrigued but unsure if they dared endorse such a radical viewpoint. Others dismissed it out to wire, citing scriptural or philosophical objections. Church officials, preoccupied with stamping out Protestant heresies, did not immediately focus on the treatise. A swirl of local controversies overshadowed Copernicus's cosmic claim. Meanwhile, in the hushed rooms of monastic libraries, a few inquisitive minds turned the pages with dawning realization. The logic was compelling. No matter how one tried to preserve geocentrism, the math kept pointing back to a sun-centered system. That a canon of the Church had authored such a text baffled some and inspired others. Indeed, whispers circulated that if a Catholic cleric could advocate a moving Earth, Perhaps the lines dividing faith and inquiry weren't as absolute as many believed. Back in Frombork, Copernicus's condition deteriorated. Accounts suggest he suffered a stroke. By May of 1543, he was largely bedridden, drifting in and out of clarity. Legend holds it that he received a bound copy of De Revolutionibus on his deathbed, though whether he recognised it is uncertain. Some say he opened it, saw the printed diagrams, and smiled faintly. Others claim he was barely conscious. The truth is lost in the haze of final hours. What remains certain is that he passed away soon after the book appeared. His life's work, once guarded in secret manuscripts, now circulated beyond his small domain. The seeds of revolution were in place, poised to challenge intellectual assumptions for generations to come. Like a spark igniting a distant fuse, De Revolutionibus would not detonate instantly, but it carried a flame that would burn steadily through halls of learning. In those last days, Copernicus's name was not yet legendary. Few grasped the enormity of the events that had unfolded, but in that small cathedral town, an exhausted scholar had released into the world an idea both stark and beautiful, that Earth itself was but one traveller in a grand cosmic dance. And though his eyes closed before the storm broke, the echo of his insight would ripple onward, bridging ages of darkness and light. After Copernicus's passing, his book lingered in relative obscurity. In the year 1543, religious controversies in Europe overshadowed a treatise on planetary motions. Many copies of De Revolutionibus ended up in university libraries, occasionally browsed by curious readers but not instantly hailed as a landmark. The pace of change in astronomy proved slower than myth might suggest, yet word of a new cosmic theory spread across scholarly circles. Mathematicians and astronomers who tested Copernicus's geometry found it persuasive. Some disliked Osiander's preface, recognizing that Copernicus himself viewed the subject as more than a mere computational tool. Others felt uneasy endorsing a concept that could provoke church censure. Even so, the heliocentric proposition, once unthinkable, steadily gained attention. People wondered, if centuries of geocentrism had been mistaken, what else might we be wrong about? In the decades that followed, defenders of the Copernican system refined his work. Errors or approximations in planetary tables were corrected, often with better instruments than Copernicus had possessed. Young astronomers who never met him still found guidance in his pages. Building on the foundation he left behind, a handful of them wrote treatises supporting the heliocentric view, adding incremental proof with each fresh observation. Opposition, however, was not trivial. Traditionalists saw Copernicus's ideas as an affront to human dignity. If Earth spun through space, how did that align with the divinely ordained centre? Dogmatic interpretations of scripture hardened, and some influential theologians declared the new system unscriptural. In certain academic halls, supporters of Copernicus sparred with conservative voices who refused to surrender the old model. Quietly, a battle of paradigms began. One figure who championed Copernicus's heliocentrism was Galileo Galilei, born more than 20 years before Copernicus died. Galileo's telescopic observations, decades later, provided striking evidence: the phases of Venus, the moons of Jupiter, and the sunspots that shifted daily. Though Galileo's story would unfold in its own tumultuous way, he traced a lineage back to Copernicus. Galileo might never have defied convention by pointing his lens skyward in the absence of that earlier text. Despite Galileo's eventual condemnation, Copernicus's seeds continued to sprout. Johannes Kepler, another giant of astronomy, built on Copernican principles to demonstrate elliptical orbits. Those elliptical refinements improved predictions beyond Copernicus's original data. Each subsequent advance validated the notion that the Earth travelled around the Sun. Newton's physics would later bind it all together, showing how gravity governed these celestial dances, weaving Copernicus's revolution into the broader tapestry of scientific law. As these luminaries pushed the limits of astronomy, Copernicus's name gradually gained a venerable glow. Scholars looked back on his cautious approach and saw wisdom. He had predicted resistance, recognized the perils of an epoch riven by religious strife, and still managed to publish an audacious claim. Over time, the memory of him as a timid canon in a remote cathedral town transformed into an image of the brave father of modern astronomy. In the centuries to come, the Church itself would revise its stance. Though official condemnations of heliocentrism emerged decades after Copernicus's death, they were eventually lifted, and his works found a place in Catholic scholarship. That shift was neither swift nor simple, but it underscored how even massive institutions could adapt to new evidence, given enough time and debate. Legends about Copernicus blossomed. Some painted him as an unacknowledged rebel, others as a devout servant of the Church who happened upon a startling truth. The reality was more nuanced. He was part of a lineage. Ancient Greek astronomers, Islamic mathematicians, and European scholars all contributed pieces of the puzzle he finally assembled. Yet he was the one who broke from the gravitational pull of tradition, suggesting that Earth soared through space rather than resting at creation's centre. Today, in Turin, visitors see statues and plaques celebrating the hometown astronomer. His name adorns craters on the moon, testifying to his lasting imprint on our knowledge of the heavens. Schoolchildren learn of his achievements, often without grasping the centuries of struggle it took for his ideas to triumph. In the broader sweep of history, his story warns us that even widely held beliefs can crumble under the weight of rigorous observation and honest inquiry. And so, Nicholas Copernicus's life underscores the power of quiet determination. He served as a canon, healed the sick, balanced church finances, and, through it all, reinterpreted the universe. Though he never saw the full upheaval his book would create, he lit the fuse. In the end, his legacy transcended his age, forging pathways for thinkers bold enough to look upward and question the obvious. By repositioning Earth among the stars, he gave humankind a gift both humbling and liberating, the realization that our vantage point is but one corner of a vast cosmic stage. We uncover the surprising story of how André Michelin tricked the world, turning a tyre company into the arbiter of fine dining. Through clever marketing and visionary thinking, Michelin transformed the way people travel, eat, and view quality itself. This is the story of a brand, a guide, and the long game of global influence. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As we progress through the week, I aim to maintain a concise and enjoyable experience for all of you. So turn off the lights, grab your blanket and warm pillow, and let's begin. Clermont-Ferrand, France, 1889. In a modest rubber factory teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, brothers André and Edouard Michelin took charge with one goal: to reinvent their family's failing business. The company, Michelin Essier, had been selling farm equipment and vulcanized rubber goods since 1832, but by the late 19th century it needed a new direction. André, a trained engineer, and Edouard, an artistic soul-turned-industrialist, believed that the future lay on the roads, specifically in providing the tyres for France's nascent automobile age. The trouble was that in 1889, even bicycles, which were exploding in popularity, were constantly waylaid by punctures on rough, primitive roads. Their first breakthrough came unexpectedly, courtesy of a weary cyclist. One day a man trudged into their workshop with a bicycle tyre punctured beyond quick repair. At the time, most tyres were glued tightly to the wheel, making flats an hours-long ordeal to fix. Such punctures were a very common occurrence given road conditions of the day. Horseshoe nails, broken glass, and sharp stones were the more natural enemies of early cyclists. Edouard Michelin saw an opportunity. He experimented tirelessly and by 1891 had patented a revolutionary removable pneumatic tyre that could be mended in minutes. This invention built upon John Dunlop's earlier pneumatic tyre concept, but Michelin's detachable design was far more practical and quickly proved itself in action. The brothers tested their new tyre in the longest bicycle race of the day to demonstrate its superiority. Fitted with Michelin's quick-change tyres, cyclist Charles Terron won the grueling 1891 Paris-Brest-Paris race 8 hours ahead of his nearest rival. It was a stunning victory for both rider and tyre, a publicity coup that announced Michelin as a new force in transportation. Emboldened, the Michelins turned their attention to the automobile, contraption still in its infancy. In 1895 they entered a peculiar-looking vehicle nicknamed L'Éclair, Lightning, in the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris competition, one of the world's first long-distance car races. The car ran on Michelin's air-filled tyres, a daring gamble at a time when many observers doubted that fragile air-stuffed rubber could support a motorcar's weight and speed. True, Leclerc didn't win, it limped in near the back of the pack, but its performance was convincing enough to create a market. Spectators and fellow engineers saw that a car on pneumatic tyres could survive a rugged 732-mile journey. As one report noted, the race virtually launched the market for detachable pneumatic automobile tyres by proving their resilience and practicality. The Michelin brothers had found their calling, making indispensable things that nobody realised they needed, until they did. Edouard reportedly conceived the idea for a mascot at a trade exhibition in Lyon, noticing a stack of tyres that uncannily resembled a human form. Soon he and André commissioned an artist to bring it to life, the Michelin Man, a rotund fellow made of stacked tyres. Debuting in a famous 1898 poster, this jolly character, dubbed Bibendum from the Latin nunc est bibendum, now is the time to drink, was depicted cheerfully raising a goblet brimming with nails and broken glass to your health. The message was witty and clear: Michelin tyres will drink up obstacles on the road. This imaginative ad, showing the tyre man merrily swallowing road hazards, captured the public's attention. It married humour with a practical promise, signalling that Michelin tyres made motoring not only safer, but a bit more fun. The Michelin Man quickly became one of the world's first truly iconic advertising characters, a testament to the brothers' flair for marketing surprises. By 1900, Michelin had established itself as France's premier tyre innovator. Yet the market remained small. Automobiles were still the playthings of the rich or the tinkering enthusiast. There were fewer than 3,000 cars on all the roads of France as the new century dawned. For Michelin to thrive, more people needed to buy cars, and drive them far enough to wear out their tyres. André Michelin understood that selling tyres wasn't just about the rubber. It was about selling the adventure of motoring itself. If France's rutted lanes could be transformed into more welcoming pathways, perhaps many more citizens would be enticed to get behind the wheel. With characteristic ingenuity, he began devising a new kind of product. Not a tyre this time, but a booklet that would boost the entire ecosystem of driving. Little did anyone suspect that this next idea would become Michelin's greatest legacy of all. Taking an automobile on a cross-country journey was a daring expedition in the early 1900s. Imagine embarking on a 200-mile drive with no road signs, no reliable maps, and no guarantee you'd find fuel or a mechanic if things went awry. For instance, in 1905, Parisian gentlemen embarking on a journey to the French Riviera would pack extra petrol tins and tools, anticipating the unexpected at every corner. Car travel was truly an adventure, and André Michelin keenly understood that drivers needed guidance and reassurance. To support their customers' journeys, he and his brother compiled a slim red-covered handbook, the Guide Michelin, filled with everything a motorist might need. Technical tips on tyre repair, lists of garages and fuel depots, recommended hotels and eateries, and even maps and handy town indexes. Michelin even included a whimsical cartoon in the guide, showing a weary traveller collapsing under an armload of maps and manuals, only to be rescued by an outstretched hand offering a single book, the Michelin Guide. The message: one small volume could replace a trunk full of disparate references. The first Michelin Guide, 1900, was a free booklet for motorists full of practical information. André Michelin predicted, "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does." The first Michelin Guide made its debut in 1900, strategically timed to the Paris World's Fair. At the bustling exposition that year, which drew an astonishing 50 million visitors, attendees could pick up a free copy of this new motorist guidebook, which catalogued hundreds of French towns and advised where to find lodging, meals, gas, and reliable repairs. In an era with no GPS or roadside assistance, the little red book was a godsend. That inaugural edition ran to nearly 400 pages, with some 1,300 hotels among its myriad listings. "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does," declared André Michelin, boldly predicting his guide's longevity. Indeed, the guide quickly became more than a directory. It was a passport to adventure, its annual release eagerly awaited by motorists who saw it as essential gear for the open road. Indeed, as automobiles proliferated on Europe's roads, the Michelin Guide emerged as the preferred glove-box companion for astute drivers. By the outbreak of World War I, France had embraced the automobile with gusto. In fact, the number of cars in France surged from about 3,000 in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1914. and Michelin's guide had expanded far beyond its home turf. What started as a local French publication grew into a pan-European phenomenon within a decade. A Michelin guide for Belgium appeared in 1904, followed by editions covering Algeria and Tunisia, 1907, the Alps and the Rhine regions, 1908, Germany and Spain, 1910, and the British Isles, 1911. In 1910, Michelin also launched a series of 1 to 200,000 scale road maps to complement the guide's directions and make it easier for drivers to find their way. There was even a special English language guide to France published in 1909 for the benefit of British and American tourists touring the continent by motorcar. This rapid expansion reflected the exploding interest in motor tourism. Wealthy adventurers were now driving through the Alps or motoring down to the French Riviera, and Michelin was right there with them, its guides offering dependable information in unfamiliar lands. If anything, the hardships of early driving only cemented the guide's importance. Cars of that era were finicky machines prone to breakdowns, and roads outside major cities were often little more than rutted mud paths. Pity the traveller who didn't carry a Michelin guide when his tyre blew out miles from the nearest town. He might not know that a blacksmith in the next village doubled as an auto repairman, or that a certain inn down the road offered clean beds and a hot supper. The guide's detailed listings helped turn chaos into a manageable adventure. As war loomed in 1914, the Michelin guide had firmly established itself as part of the motoring routine. Publication was suspended during World War I, when Europe's focus turned from leisure travel to survival. But the groundwork was laid. Motoring had arrived as a way of life for the well-to-do, and thanks to Michelin's prescient strategy, a tyre company's giveaway guide had become an authority in its own right. The stage was set for even bigger transformations after the war, not least the guide's evolution from a utilitarian road aid into the venerated culinary Bible we know today. From its inception, the Michelin guide served as more than just a simple guide for drivers. It represented a brilliant marketing strategy. André Michelin realised that if people drove more, they'd wear out their tyres faster and need replacements, boosting Michelin's sales. So what better way to spur road travel than to give drivers a reason to hit the road? The free guide served as a tyre company's valuable tool, inspiring motorists to make longer and more frequent journeys. In modern terms, Michelin was pioneering content marketing, offering valuable information to customers to stimulate demand for its core product, long before anyone coined that phrase. Nearly 35,000 copies of the inaugural 1900 edition were distributed at no charge, handed out to chauffeurs, garage owners, and anyone who owned, or even aspired to own, an automobile. Before long, drivers considered the Michelin guide nearly indispensable, as essential as a spare tyre or a road map on any long drive. The message was never buy our tyres, yet every page quietly served that goal by making motoring easier. For 2 decades, Michelin poured resources into this project, printing and updating the guide annually without earning a cent from it. The company stocked petrol stations and repair shops with stacks of the free red guide, confident that every road trip it encouraged would eventually lead to more worn-out tyres in need of replacement. This ploy worked brilliantly, perhaps too well. As motoring moved from fad to mainstream, the guide's distribution soared in tandem. France counted over 230,000 cars on the road by 1920, a huge leap from fewer than 3,000 2 decades earlier, and many new drivers wouldn't dream of setting out without the latest Michelin guide in the glove box. By 1920, some people had become so accustomed to the guide that they began to take it lightly. According to company law, when André Michelin stopped by a garage one day, he was shocked to see his beloved guide being used to prop up a workbench. Outraged and perhaps a little heartbroken, he immediately declared the end of the free Michelin guide era. Man only truly respects what he pays for, he reportedly declared. Thereafter, the guide was no longer a giveaway, but a product in its own right, sold for about 7 francs, roughly $2, a not insignificant sum at the time, and revamped for a new era of motoring. The Michelin Guide's 1920 edition marked a significant milestone. Freed from the constraints of being purely promotional, the guide's content was refined and elevated. All advertising was stripped out to reinforce its impartiality. New features appeared, including a list of hotels in Paris and an expanded directory of restaurants, now grouped by category and cuisine. What had begun as a handy road atlas was transforming into something of a travel handbook for the discerning motorist. Readers wanted more than just gas stations. They were increasingly turning to Michelin for dining and lodging advice. Sensing this shift, the Michelin brothers made a shrewd move. They hired a team of anonymous field inspectors to visit establishments and quietly evaluate them. Recognizing the growing influence of the guide's restaurant section, the company understood that consistent, trustworthy restaurant reviews would be crucial. These undercover diners, the first of their kind, fanned out to sample meals without ever revealing their affiliation. It was an unprecedented commitment to quality control, ensuring that a Michelin recommendation truly meant something to the travelling public. By the mid-1920s, the Michelin Guide had evolved from a tyre company pamphlet to a more ambitious guide. Its original purpose to get people driving had succeeded beyond expectation, and its reputation for fair, thorough recommendations was growing. Not coincidentally, Michelin's tyre sales were booming as well. The brothers had become leading suppliers to Europe's fledgling auto industry, buoyed by the growing ranks of motorists they helped create. Now this little red book was evolving from a glovebox staple into a symbol of discernment and credibility. As one observer noted, early car enthusiasts even liked to keep a Michelin guide matching their vehicle's model year in the glovebox as a badge of honour. This set the groundwork for Michelin's next brilliant move, transforming a tyre company's travel guide into the world's most influential authority on fine dining. In 1926, Michelin quietly introduced a new feature that would forever change the guide's destiny: star ratings. That year, a small star symbol appeared next to the names of select exceptional restaurants. 5 years later, in 1931, the hierarchy of 1, 2 and 3 stars was introduced, creating a graduated honour roll of dining excellence. A single star denoted a restaurant that was excellent in its category, 2 stars signified excellent cooking worth a detour, and the coveted 3 stars meant exceptional cuisine worth a special journey. The wording was telling. Michelin was still in the business of inspiring journeys. By 1933, 23 restaurants in France held 3-star status. Their kitchens instantly vaulted into the culinary stratosphere. Chefs regarded Michelin stars as the highest recognition, and a 3-star ranking had the power to transform a remote country inn into a global destination for gourmets. In 1931, Michelin also swapped the guide's cover from its original blue to a now iconic red, cementing the identity of the Red Guide that endures to this day. One journalist later noted that the Little Red Guide, often referred to as the Bible of gastronomy, holds significant influence among restaurateurs. Over the ensuing decades, the guide's influence only grew. Restaurants vied passionately for Michelin's approval, knowing that a star or 3 could bring prestige and prosperity. The guide's judgments, with their concise descriptions and iconic stars, established a benchmark that profoundly influenced the concept of fine dining. Even war could only briefly interrupt its authority. World War II forced a pause in publication, but in 1944 the Allied forces famously requested a special reprint of Michelin's last pre-war guide because its roadmaps of France were the most detailed and reliable available. After the war, as Europe rebuilt, Michelin cautiously resumed its gourmet guardianship, initially imposing an upper limit of 2 stars given the era's food shortages, before restoring 3-star awards in 1951 as haute cuisine bounced back. By then, the Michelin Guide was entrenched as the arbiter of French fine dining, and its reach was extending further afield. What began as a parochial handbook for French motorists had evolved into an international institution. Michelin published its first guide to Italy in 1956, though no restaurant earned a star in that inaugural Italian edition, and rolled out guides across the continent in subsequent years. A Michelin guide for Great Britain and Ireland reappeared in 1974 after a long hiatus, signalling the guide's pan-European scope. In 2005, the company finally crossed the Atlantic, debuting a New York City guide, and soon afterward it entered Asia with guides for Tokyo, 2007, and Hong Kong and Macau, 2008. In its first Tokyo edition, Michelin awarded an unprecedented 8 restaurants the top 3-star rating, declaring Tokyo the new world leader in gourmet dining even ahead of Paris. By the 2010s, Michelin was publishing annual guides in dozens of countries across Europe, North America and Asia, his once humble book now a global arbiter of taste. For perspective, more than 30 million Michelin guides have been sold worldwide over the past century. A Michelin star became part of the common lexicon, a byword for culinary excellence recognized from Boston to Beijing. Michelin also added secondary distinctions over time. For instance, the Bib Gourmand Award, denoted by the face of Bendham licking his lips, was introduced to highlight restaurants offering excellent quality at a reasonable price, proving that not all outstanding cooking need be expensive. The guide had transformed into a luxury brand influencer in its own right. The endorsement of a single Michelin guide could propel a modest chef to prominence or transform a remote village into a destination for foodies. Tourism boards even began courting Michelin to publish guides in their regions, hoping to capitalise on the Michelin effect of gastronomic travel. In the world of haute cuisine, the red-covered guide wielded a clout matched by few institutions. Yet even as its fame grew, the Michelin guide remained cloaked in mystique, not least because it never revealed exactly how it cast its judgments. Diners devoured each annual edition, but the identities of Michelin's inspectors and the inner workings of its rating process were kept rigorously secret. Restaurateurs could only guess when a Michelin critic had dined in their midst. This aura of secrecy became part of the guide's legend, and it set the stage for the next chapter of the story: the secretive inspectors and enigmatic criteria behind those stars. The true genius of the Michelin guide, and perhaps the key to its credibility, lay in the inspectors. From the 1920s onward, Michelin cultivated an image of rigorous, anonymous evaluation. The company insisted that its inspectors always pay for their meals and never reveal their identities, so restaurants couldn't curry favour, pun intended. These mystery diners, as the Michelin brothers conceived them, would blend in with ordinary patrons and experienced restaurants just as any guest would. Over time, the guide's mystique became central to this covert approach. While other guidebooks or critics might tolerate freebies or announce their visits, Michelin's tasters moved in silence and picked up their checks. Chefs lived in quiet dread of unrecognised gastronomic spies in their dining rooms. One French chef famously likened the suspense to waiting for the executioner. You never knew when they would come or who they were. It wasn't just who the inspectors were, but what they looked for that set Michelin apart. For decades, the guide said little publicly about its judging criteria, letting diners and chefs puzzle over the secret recipe for earning a star. Only in 1936 did Michelin publish a brief description of the standards behind 1, 2, and 3 stars, couching them in reassuringly simple terms. A top-rated restaurant was one that vault worth the journey, a phrase that harked back to the guide's road trip origins. Behind the scenes, of course, the inspectors' palates were finely honed and their expectations exacting. Over time, Michelin quietly established 5 universal criteria to guide their assessments: quality of ingredients, mastery of cooking techniques, harmony of flavours, the personality of the chef in the cuisine, and consistency across the menu and over time. Notably, factors like decor, service, or ambience, things one might assume influence a dining experience, were officially not supposed to affect the rating. It was all about the food on the plate, Michelin would later insist. This obsessive focus on food quality, combined with anonymity, gave the Michelin guide a reputation for integrity. Inspectors often had culinary or hospitality backgrounds, and they ate out nearly every day, sometimes 250 meals a year, meticulously writing up reports on each experience. Their work was, and still is, shrouded in confidentiality. In an age of Instagram and crowdsourced Yelp reviews, Michelin clung to an old-world secrecy. Michelin barred inspectors from speaking to journalists and even discouraged them from telling their families about their covert job. Michelin even ensures that no single inspector can make or break a restaurant. Multiple inspectors visit, and their reports are pooled, with stars awarded only after a collective deliberation by the inspection team and Michelin's directors. The guide leverages this secrecy and rigour as a marketing asset. It is mysterious and methodical, and therefore, in the eyes of its fans, impartial and authoritative. But secrecy has its price. Over the years, Michelin's veil was occasionally pierced by scepticism and controversy. Critics wondered if a handful of inspectors could really cover thousands of restaurants thoroughly, or if biases crept in despite claims of objectivity. A disgruntled ex-inspector in France published a book in 2004 alleging that the rigour of the guide was slipping. He claimed Michelin employed only 5 full-time inspectors for all of France, each paid a humble salary and expected to somehow cover well over 10,000 restaurants, making it a complete myth that the inspector comes around every year to each establishment. He also claimed that 1/3 of the best are not of the standard expected. Michelin vehemently denied the accusations, noting that Remy had been dismissed after allegedly trying to extort money to keep his diary unpublished, and the guide's overseers insisted their standards remained as strict as ever. However, the exposé revealed a hidden organisation. Despite such drama, the guide's prestige proved resilient. Few diners outside the industry remembered the episode for long. The Michelin brand of excellence had decades of trust behind it, and no competing guide managed to unseat its authority. To this day, for most chefs and gastronomes, Michelin's inspectors remain enigmatic figures, wielding power with their pens and forks and keeping alive the allure of an honour that is, at least in principle, purely merit-based. As Michelin's influence grew, so did the stakes for those under its gaze. A Michelin star could make a career, but the pressure to keep it could also break one. The tales of this uneasy love-hate relationship with the Red Guide abounded in the culinary world. In 2003, renowned French chef Bernard Loiseau tragically took his own life, an act widely linked to fears. He was about to lose one of his 3 Michelin stars, a downgrade that ultimately did not occur. His death echoed across France, spurring public debate about the enormous stress placed on chefs. The legendary Paul Bocuse lambasted the culture of "I'll give you a star, I'll take one away," and how critics' ratings toyed with chefs' lives. In the years that have passed, other renowned chefs have acknowledged that meeting Michelin's expectations can be a challenging task, as the same recognition that draws pilgrims to their dining rooms also causes them to experience anxiety at night. Some chefs have even attempted to dethrone Michelin. In 2017, Sébastien Bragg, the chef of a 3-star restaurant located in rural Laguiole, shocked the gastronomic world by requesting that Michelin remove his restaurant from its guide. After nearly 2 decades at the summit, he yearned to cook without the shadow of constant judgment, to be free from the pressure, as he explained in a video announcement. Michelin reluctantly agreed to his request, an almost unheard-of concession, though a couple of years later Bragg found himself back in the guide, stars and all, after Michelin decided its assessments would remain independent of chefs' wishes. Bragg's public renunciation ignited conversations about whether the pursuit of perfection demanded by Michelin had gone too far. He wasn't alone in his ambivalence. Other celebrated chefs have both revered the guide and resented it. In 2019, the eminent French chef Marc Veyrat went so far as to sue Michelin after his restaurant was demoted from 3 stars to 2, claiming the inspectors had made a factual error. The saga was dubbed Cheddargate in the press. The court ultimately threw out his case. Such dramas underscore the intense emotions experienced by those minority chefs. Beyond individual chefs, there are broader cultural critiques. For decades, Michelin was accused of a French and Eurocentric bias, of favouring stiff white tablecloths and classical techniques over more diverse or homey culinary experiences. In the 2000s and 2010s, as gastronomic awareness blossomed globally, Michelin expanded its reach across Asia, the Americas and beyond, seeking to stay relevant. It surprised skeptics by awarding stars to humble street food stalls such as a hawker stand in Singapore known for $2 noodle bowls. This was Michelin's way of saying excellence can be found anywhere, not only in gilded temples of haute cuisine. And yet debates continued. Did Michelin truly understand local food cultures, or was it imposing its standards? Was a starred sushi bar in Tokyo evaluated using the same criteria as a fine dining salon in Paris? Such questions provided endless fodder for food lovers and fuel for Michelin's rivals. What is clear is that a Michelin star creates a profound economic and emotional ripple effect. Restaurants that earn one often see bookings skyrocket overnight, allowing them to raise prices and invest in their craft. Entire regions have bet on the Michelin effect to boost culinary tourism, sometimes even reportedly subsidising the guide's expansion into their cities. And civic pride is now intertwined with star count. Cities and countries trumpet their Michelin-laurelled restaurants to entice travellers, just as chefs trumpet their stars to entice diners. Conversely, losing a star can feel like a public humiliation, and can lead to real financial pain as diners and investors react. The guide has been called a kingmaker, a kingbreaker, a tyrant, and a saviour. To some chefs, it's a benchmark of achievement. To others, a source of unrelenting pressure. In the era of Instagram influencers and crowdsourced review sites, some have speculated that Michelin's old-school approach would lose relevance. But the continued obsession with its verdicts suggests that its star system still holds a unique sway over chefs and diners, a fact as astonishing today as it was a century ago. This tension has only heightened the Michelin Guide's cultural aura. Love it or loathe it, those little stars provoke big emotions. Looking back, the audacity of André Michelin's strategy is astonishing. What began as a clever ploy to sell more tyres evolved into a venture that transformed both travel and gastronomy on a global scale. The Michelin Guide helped turn the act of driving from a novel experiment into a widespread cultural practice, and in doing so it laid foundations for the modern travel industry. Early motorists with a guide in hand felt empowered to explore, secure in the knowledge that they could find their way, get a decent meal, and repair a flat. In many ways, Michelin wrote the first draft of the road trip. Over time, that little red book spawned an entire ecosystem of travel aids, road maps, tourist guidebooks, and travel itineraries. Indeed, Michelin eventually expanded into publishing green guides to cities and regions worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that Michelin's promotional gamble greased the wheels for 20th century tourism, making distant corners of France, and later the world, accessible and inviting to those adventurous enough to motor there. The impact on the food industry has been even more profound. By introducing the idea that restaurants could be rigorously evaluated and ranked, Michelin inadvertently created a whole new arena of competition and aspiration among chefs. The guide stars became the Oscars of the culinary world, and chasing those stars became a narrative of ambition in kitchens from Paris to Shanghai. Haute cuisine, which was once confined to word-of-mouth acclaim, now had a codified system of merit, one that could vault a chef to international fame or humble even the mightiest ego. This innovation also turned dining out into a sport for patrons, ushering in the era of the destination restaurant, where food enthusiasts strategize entire trips to dine at Michelin-starred temples of cuisine. A tire maker from Clermont-Ferrand ended up setting trends in the cooking of foie gras, the serving of sushi, and the topping of pizzas, indirectly influencing countless culinary traditions through the power of its ratings. Michelin's own mascot, the tubby tire man Bibendum, became a cultural icon in his own right, named the best logo of the century by the Financial Times in 2000. Perhaps just as significantly, Michelin demonstrated the power of brand extension through content long before that term existed. The company proved that a brand could transcend its original product, rubber tyres, and insert itself into consumers' lives in more intimate, experiential ways. Today, when airlines publish travel magazines or beverage companies curate lifestyle blogs, they are following a trail blazed by Michelin in 1900, using useful content to deepen customer engagement. In Michelin's case, the stunt was so successful it eventually outgrew its marketing purpose entirely. The guide established itself as an institution, perhaps even surpassing the fame of Michelin's tyres. By the 21st century, Michelin's verdicts could determine a chef's fortunes, and cities would strive to attract a Michelin guide due to its potential economic benefits. Dozens of would-be imitators, from crowdsourced websites to alternative ranking lists, have tried to replicate Michelin's formula, but none has quite matched the cachet of those stars. All this originates from a scheme dreamt up by two brothers who simply wanted people to drive more. Even in an age of GPS apps and social media, the essence of Michelin's gambit to spark wanderlust and celebrate outstanding cooking, and in so doing create demand for its core business, remains as powerful as ever. In the end, the story of how André Michelin tricked the world is not one of deceit, but of vision. He understood that selling a lifestyle, the thrill of discovery, the promise of adventure, the allure of a perfect meal at journey's end, was the key to selling his product. In nurturing that vision, Michelin changed the way people travel, the way we eat, and even the way businesses court customers. The Michelin Guide's century-plus journey, from freebie pamphlet to global gastronomic gatekeeper, stands as one of the most remarkable chapters in marketing and cultural history. Indeed, it's now a textbook example of content marketing. It's a well-told yet still surprising true story of a business gambit that steered its way into the hearts of millions, leaving tire tracks across the world's roads and indelible stars in the world's kitchens. André Michelin's grand trick of transforming a tire firm into a cultural tastemaker achieved unprecedented success. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts: haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise. Shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women, from prominent families to organised resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favouritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals, and the young nation, could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organise relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighbourhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability, but the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he had caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilising figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart, yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her, a woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos.